Всем доброго утра.
Здравствуйте.
Доброе утро.
Саламатсызба.
Здравствуйте.
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 Всем доброе утро.
Саламатсыздарма.
Доброе утро.
Доброе утро.
Доброе
утро. Доброе утро.
Саламатсыздарма.
Доброе утро.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги. Начнем через 5 минут ровно. Спасибо. Хайырлы таң, құрметті әріптестер. Доброе утро, уважаемые участники нашего онлайн-семинара, который мы проводим на тему «Роль искусственного интеллекта в высшем образовании». Мы рады вас всех приветствовать на нашем мероприятии. Благодарю за то, что подключились. В целом у нас зарегистрировалось около 700 участников. Я уже вижу, что у нас более 200, что очень хорошо. И спасибо за то, что в чате пишете, какие вузы вы представляете. Я видела Асфендияров университет, Сейфуллин, Нарипаев университет и многие другие. Спасибо большое. Напомню, что данный семинар проводится в рамках миссии технической помощи в рамках программы Erasmus+, и при поддержке Европейского исполнительного агентства по образованию и культуре и Министерства науки и высшего образования Республики Казахстан с участием национальной команды экспертов по реформированию высшего образования HERE. Меня зовут Лаура Полуанова, я являюсь координатором национального офиса Erasmus+ в Казахстане и буду модерировать данный семинар. Так, есть еще коллеги из Кыргызстана, очень хорошо, спасибо. Программа была направлена всем участникам, и в социальных сетях мы тоже делились ей, но на всякий случай высылаем в чат нашу программу на 2 языках. Так, напомню о целях семинара. Это получение более глубокого, углубленного понимания искусственного интеллекта в высшем образовании. Это анализ и изучение практики Европейского Союза, применения искусственного интеллекта в высшем образовании, получение лучшего понимания стратегии преподавания, обучения, основанной на искусственном интеллекте, получение рекомендаций советов по трансформации системы оценивания с учетом применения искусственного интеллекта и выработка рекомендаций для министерства и вузов по применению искусственного интеллекта в высшем образовании. Семинар будет проходить 2 дня, ведется запись семинара, материалы семинара будут доступны, как обычно, у нас в Google диске, папка номер 27. Участники, которые примут участие в семинаре оба дня, то есть сегодня и в понедельник, получат электронные сертификаты об участии, подписанные нашими зарубежными экспертами, спикерами и национальным офисом Erasmus+ в Казахстане. Выступление наших зарубежных экспертов будет проходить на английском языке. Для перевода вы можете воспользоваться функцией синхронного перевода, которая доступна в нижней части ваших экранов, иконка «Перевод» либо иконка «Дополнительно». Нажимаете на эту кнопку и выбираете соответствующий канал. Зарубежные эксперты, которые будут проводить этот семинар, это доктор Диана Аминдоне, она директор департамента цифрового образования и дистанционного обучения в Политехническом университете Тимишары, Румыния, и доктор Габриела Гроссек, ассоциированный профессор кафедры психологии в Западном университете Тимишары, Румыния. Good morning, dear participants of our online seminar that we are holding on the topic of the role of artificial intelligence in higher education. We are very pleased to welcome you to this event. We have more than 700 registered participants, and now I see that we have around 260 participants already. Let me mention that the event is being streamed on our YouTube channel as well. The seminar is held as part of the technical assistance mission with the support of the European Education and Culture Executive Agency, Ministry of Science and Higher Education, and with the participation of our Higher Education Reform Experts team. My name is Laura Polvanova. I'm the coordinator of the National Erasmus+ Office in Kazakhstan, and I'll be moderating this seminar. The program of seminar has been sent to all of you, but just in case, we're sending it in the chat box as well. The aim of the seminar is to gain deeper understanding of AI in higher education, analyze and study the EU practice in the application of AI in the higher education, gain better understanding of the AI-driven teaching and learning strategy, receive recommendations on transforming the assessment system in view of AI, and finally, formulation of recommendations for the ministry as well as higher education institutions on the application of AI in higher education. Please be reminded that the seminar is held 2 days. The event is being recorded, and we'll share the links to the materials afterwards. Our international experts will be speaking English, so you can use interpretation button at the bottom part of your screens to follow the synchronous interpretation. The two experts who deliver the seminar are Dr. Diana Andona, who is the Director of the Department of Digital Education and Distance Education at Polytechnic University of Timișoara, Romania, and Dr. Gabriela Grosek, Associate Professor of the Department of Psychology, West University of Timișoara, Romania. So now let's start our program. I'd like to give the first floor to the Deputy Chair of the Committee of Higher and Postgraduate Education of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan and our here expert, Гүлжан Жарасова. Уважаемые коллеги, для приветственной речи я хотела передать слово заместителю председателя Комитета высшего и послевысшего образования МНГУРК, уважаемой Жарасовой Гүлжан Сагидуллаевне. Гүлжан Сагидуллаевна, сөз сізде.
Лаура, рахмет. Саламатсыздар ма, құрметті әріптестер? Перевод қазақшадан болады ма, или орысша сөйлеу керекпін бе?
Өзіңіз қайтадан
Ыңғайлы ма? Жақсы, онда құрметті әріптестер, бүгін үлкен бір семинар, ол жыл бойғы жұмысымыздың жүйелі жалғасы деп ойлап отырмыз. Өйткені сізбен біз осы жасанды интеллекті оқу процесіне мамандар дайындауды әзірлеуде өзіміздің жолымызды анықтап алған болатынбыз. Бәріңіз білетіндей, қазіргі таңда жоғары білімде жасанды интеллектке қарсы шаралар 4 бағытта жүзеге асырылуда. Ол бірінші, барлық студенттердің жасанды интеллекті технологияларын білуі. Екінші, өзінің кәсіби жұмысында кейін жұмыс орындарына барған кезінде сол жасанды интеллект технологияларын қолдана алу, сол жасанды интеллект технологияларына негізделген өндірісте жұмыс жасай алуын қамтамасыз ету. Үшінші, өзіміздің жоғарғы оқу орындарының оқу процесі, ғылым процесін осы жасанды интеллекті тиімді енгізу. Төртінші, профессор оқытушылар құрамының да осы жасанды интеллекті пайдалана отырып, ғылыми оқу әдістерін жаңғыртуға қатысты шаралар. Бәріңіз білетіндей, қазіргі таңда осы жоғарғы оқу орны аралық жасанды интеллекті оқу процесінде қолдану стандартын өздеріңізбен бірге әзірлеп бекіттік. МУИТ-тің базасындағы оқу әдістемелік бірлестік осыны әзірлеп, қазіргі таңда осы жоғарғы оқу орны аралық стандарт негізінде әр жоғарғы оқу орны өзінің ішкі жасанды интеллекті қолдану стандарттарын әзірлеп, соны жүзеге асыруда. Одан бөлек, академиялық қызметте жасанды интеллекті қолдануға қатысты стандартты Академиялық адалдық лигасы әзірледі. Міне осы бұл құжатта қандай студенттердің, білім алушылардың ғылыми академиялық істерде жасанды интеллекті қолданудың негізгі мәселелері орын алды. Олай болатын болса, осы екі жүйелі құжат қазір оқу үрдісіне енгізілді деп біз айта аламыз. Одан бөлек, мемлекет басшысының тапсырмасына сәйкес жасанды интеллект саласында мамандарды дайындау бойынша қазіргі күні 3 жоғарғы оқу орны шетелдік жоғарғы оқу орындарымен бірге жаңа білім бағдарламаларын бастады. Бұл білетініміз Қорқыт Ата атындағы Қызылорда университеті, ол Корея университетімен бірге Сеултехпен, келесі Сатпаев атындағы университет, Казниту, Сатпаев университеті, бұл біздерде CTU университетімен бірге, және одан бөлек қазіргі ВКТУ Серікбаева, және басқа да МУИТ, Астана IT университеттерде осы шетелдік әріптестермен бірігіп, мықты білім бағдарламаларын әзірлеп, оны басқа жоғарғы оқу орнына тарату жұмысын қарастыруда. Екінші мәселе, қазіргі таңда 17 жоғарғы оқу орны жасанды интеллект бойынша 20 білім бағдарламасын әзірлеп, оны жүзеге асырып жатырмыз. Тағы айтып кететін сұрақ, Курсера және басқа да әлемдік платформаларда көрсетілген жасанды интеллектке қатысты контентті біздер білім бағдарламаларына енгізіп, студенттердің тереңірек білім алуына жағдай жасап отырмыз. Биылдың өзінде 80 мыңнан астам студент Курсера платформасында 140 мыңнан аса курсты игеріп сертификат алды. Енді одан бөлек мынау Google'дың, Индива, тағы басқа да платформалардың, ірі компаниялардың біріккен бағдарламалары, жобалары жоғарғы оқу орындарында жүзеге асырылуда. Осы там семинарлардың аясында біздер жасанды интеллекттің профессор, оқытушылар құрамының оқыту әдісін қалай өзгертетін мәселесінде қарастырған болатынбыз. Бүгін біздің румыниялық әріптестерімізге Диана Андони және Габриэла Гроссек сіздерге үлкен рахмет айтамыз. Бүгінде біздер жаңа бір құзыреттіліктерді алып, өзіміздің оқу, мамандар даярлау, ғылыми жұмыстар жүргізу бағытында жақсы бір қолданыс табады деп ойлаймыз. Мынау Хея командасына да үлкен рахметімді айтамын. 2 күндік семинарға сәттілік тілеймін. Рахмет.
Көп рахмет, Гүлжан Сәйдуллаевна, алғыс сөзіңізге және кіріспе ақпаратқа. Көп рахмет сізге. Бағдарламамызды ары қарай жалғастырамыз. Dear colleagues, that was the welcome speech from Guljan Saidullayevna, who is the Deputy Chair of the Committee for Higher and Postgraduate Education. Diana and Gabriela, you can use the interpretation button to listen to the English version of the speech. I hope you are using it already.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, I managed to have the interpretation button for the introduction, and I very much thank Professor Abradasheva, and hopefully I pronounce it correctly, for her introduction and for her input.
Yeah, Dana will be presenting now. So that
sorry.
was the
Apologies.
first was the welcome speech. Okay, it's okay.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, we are now starting the second presentation. That's from the board member, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Korkut Ata Kızılorda University, Dana Abdrasheva. She is also a HERE expert, a higher education reform expert, and she will give an overview of the current state of the AI in higher education of Kazakhstan. Dana, the floor is yours now.
Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you so much for today's seminar. It is a very important event, and I hope that we all learn something new from today's seminar. Thank you to all participants and to our presenters ahead. To just make it a bit easier, I will be speaking in Russian further on. So I hope you will use the translation, and then if you have any questions, we can discuss further. Так, Лаура, мен өзім не тем ғой, да, бөлсем?
Я бөлісе беріңіз. Экран презентация.
Прежде всего нужно отметить, что вот вопросы искусственного интеллекта уже как год очень активно обсуждаются на всех уровнях в Республике Казахстан. И прежде всего мы говорим о том, что в прошлом году во время своего послания в сентябре 2023 года наш президент Касым-Жомарт Токаев особое внимание уделил искусственному интеллекту, обозначив необходимость определения 3 вузов, которые должны заниматься обучением и проведением исследований в области искусственного интеллекта. Это говорит о такой это говорит об очень пристальном внимании прежде всего к этой теме. И второе, это говорит о том, что мы, как большое общество, мы принимаем вызовы искусственного интеллекта и теперь рассматриваем пути дальнейшего его внедрения в нашу работу. Почему важен искусственный интеллект для образования? Прежде всего, мы говорим в этом направлении о трансформации образования, где искусственный интеллект открывает дополнительные возможности для персонализированного образования, где мы адаптируем наши учебные программы и автоматизируем рутинные какие-то задачи. Здесь нужно отметить, что сейчас большой интерес у молодых исследователей в этом направлении. Например, в нашем университете есть магистранты, которые занимаются исследованием возможностей искусственного интеллекта. Это вот тоже машинное обучение для именно обучения растущего населения, то есть с условием роста динамики, роста населения в нашем регионе мы хотим посмотреть, как искусственный интеллект может пригодиться или помочь преподавателям, учителям школ в вот именно обеспечении вот этого персонализированного обучения. Цифровая экономика. Очень активно Казахстан развивает цифровую экономику, и искусственный интеллект, естественно, играет очень важную, ключевую роль в этом процессе. Мы запускаем какие-то новые профессии, и за счет этого стимулируется появление новых направлений и инноваций. Роль вузов, конечно же, в этом направлении огромная, поскольку именно в университете студенты получают возможность лучше как бы доработать свои навыки, и здесь именно вот этот профессиональный навык работы с искусственным интеллектом и формируется. Поэтому сейчас университеты в Казахстане также очень активно занимаются внедрением каких-то направлений или элементов искусственного интеллекта в нашу учебную программу. Здесь также нужно отметить, чуть позже, ладно, скажу, вот как раз здесь государственная поддержка по именно искусственному интеллекту. Здесь мы говорим о том, что в 2024 году мы приняли концепцию интеллекта в Казахстане, которая определяет стратегические направления развития искусственного интеллекта до 2029 года. Здесь охватываются различные области, в которых применим искусственный интеллект, и очень-очень точечно даются задачи, к чему мы должны стремиться до 2029 года. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта в образовательный процесс также активно проходит. Здесь мы говорим о том, что концепция, эта же концепция, она теперь интегрирует вот эти подходы, работу с искусственным интеллектом уже в саму образовательную деятельность. Запускаются различные уже, то есть действия, да, здесь самой концепции. Это акселерационные программы запускаются для и студентов, и преподавателей, которые имеют возможность теперь именно какие-то свои решения с использованием искусственного интеллекта разработать. Особенно хочу отметить инициативу Министерства науки и высшего образования в области искусственного интеллекта. Здесь мы говорим о том, что министерством разработан межвузовский стандарт по применению искусственного интеллекта в образовании, целью которого является улучшение качества образования через доступ к передовым технологиям и развитие навыков, востребованных на рынке труда. Нужно отметить, что этот межвузовский стандарт стал основой для многих университетов по внедрению теперь каких-то основных задач в нашей академической политике. Одними из направлений, то есть одними из таких основных задач этого стандарта стали обеспечение доступности и инклюзивности через использование искусственного интеллекта, поддержка принятия решений и оптимизация образовательных процессов, а также защита личных данных и соблюдение этических норм. То есть здесь мы говорим о том, что искусственный интеллект, он не только внутри, в содержании образовательных программ сидит, но он также сидит в организационных и управленческих процессах высшего образования у нас в Казахстане. Сейчас больше и больше вузов приходят к тому, что использование этих возможностей, оно на самом деле освобождает очень много времени. Теперь по этапам внедрения мы говорим о том, что это оценка, прежде всего, каждый университет оценивает свои возможности и готовность университета. Дальше мы разрабатываем стратегии внедрения, техническую подготовку и обучение персонала проводим. Вот как раз во время летней школы очень многие университеты, мы в том числе провели такую обширную летнюю школу по обучению наших преподавателей разных направлений методам и каким-то стратегиям использования искусственного интеллекта в их учебном процессе. И очень отрадно, что для студентов совместной образовательной программы в нашем университете с Сеульским национальным университетом науки и технологий преподаватель истории уже внедрял эти элементы искусственного интеллекта и обучал эту дисциплину на английском языке. То есть это совершенно новые подходы, которые для студентов открывают вот эту возможность увидеть, как их преподаватели это используют в учебном процессе, соблюдая этические нормы. Реализация решений искусственного интеллекта и дальнейшее ее масштабирование, оно также происходит, то есть это мы сейчас говорим о каких-то маленьких пока кейсах, и дальше мы стремимся, каждый университет в Казахстане стремится к масштабированию использования искусственного интеллекта. Какие есть возможности? Это и персонализированное обучение, о котором мы говорили, это создание новых образовательных сервисов, допустим, это могут быть те же, вот сейчас Досмухамедов университет у нас одним из первых университетов выпустил, допустим, серию обучения на Курсере, да, то есть это активное использование цифровых технологий, но также дальше каждый университет уже может для себя посмотреть, как они могут уже с использованием того же ИИ в учебном процессе теперь внедрить этот курс, да, к себе в образовательный процесс. Это и глобальная доступность к образованию, то есть это абсолютно раскрываются все, удаляются, вернее, все границы, и образование становится намного ближе. Конечно, есть риски, это конфиденциальность, проблемы конфиденциальности, есть небольшое сопротивление преподавателей и студентов, есть необходимость постоянного обновления именно инструментов искусственного интеллекта или цифровизации, поскольку технологии очень-очень быстро и стремительно обновляются. Теперь ключевые подходы в этом стандарте – это прежде всего междисциплинарность, это этика и ответственность всех пользователей, да, как преподавателей, студентов и администраторов университетов, и проблемно-ориентированный подход. Теперь мы, когда говорим уже о разработке образовательных программ, то мы говорим о том, что здесь по 3 направлениям можно определить, да, 3 направления. Первое – это введение новых дисциплин. Сейчас мы говорим о том, что вот Гульжан Сагидулаевна проговорила о внедрении новых дисциплин в университетах, допустим, Сакпаева, в университете IT Астана, в Алмате, да, в университетах. То есть здесь мы говорим о том, что эти инструменты, они очень активно внедряются. Это машинное обучение, кибернетика, дата сайенс. Все эти инструменты студенты должны знать, потому что они, когда выходят из университета, это будет их реальность. Да? Сейчас мы их обучаем для будущего, но когда они уже присоединятся к рынку труда, это будет их реальность. Естественно, университеты в Казахстане очень активно сотрудничают с зарубежными партнерами. Это происходит при поддержке, огромной поддержке Министерства науки и высшего образования. Это и Google, и NVIDIA, и Huawei, если я не ошибаюсь, да? То есть это все те большие компании, которые внедряют эти инструменты в нашу повседневную жизнь. Сеултех, наш университет работает с Сеултехом по разработке, совместные программы уже внедрены, порядка 30% содержания было обновлено, и все эти новые дисциплины, они включают как раз-таки вот это направление искусственного интеллекта. И двудипломная программа будет запускаться со следующего года. Другие университеты в Казахстане также активно внедряют двудипломные программы с использованием элементов или искусственного интеллекта, то есть уже конкретно более точечные программы включают искусственный интеллект, да? Теперь мы говорим о том, что на уровне государства у нас работает такая вот организация Тек-Орда, которая как раз-таки направлена на подготовку IT-специалистов, и особенное они сейчас берут у себя направление, это подготовку специалистов в области искусственного интеллекта. Какая инфраструктура создана для исследований? Это суперкомпьютеры в университетах, в Назарбаев университете, в Казну имени Аль-Фараби, в Сатпаев университете. Есть эти суперкомпьютеры для проведения научных исследований в области искусственного интеллекта. Центры обработки данных очень активно развиваются, и такие платформы, как Smart Data UCMED, они предоставляют доступ к госданным для проведения исследований в области искусственного интеллекта. То есть здесь мы также говорим о том, что и государством сейчас используется активно электронное правительство есть, и через это, внутри этого электронного правительства также уже сейчас внедряются какие-то элементы искусственного интеллекта, тоже face recognition, да, и так далее. То есть это все сейчас уже присутствует. Высокоскоростной интернет в Казахстане очень давно это обсуждается на уровне среднего образования, высшего образования. И абсолютно все, и сельские, и городские регионы, все регионы сейчас обеспечиваются высокоскоростным интернетом, потому что это основное средство, да, проведения любых, вообще доступа к цифровым ресурсам и дальнейшее к технологиям искусственного интеллекта. Как это сейчас реализуется в университетах, то есть более такая практическая сторона, автоматизация учебных материалов происходит, да, искусственный интеллект используется для автоматизации учебных материалов, конспектов, онлайн-курсов. Сейчас, допустим, преподаватели уже могут например, ту же лекцию студенты сейчас уже сразу записывают, не вручную, а могут это уже через искусственный интеллект сделать основные для себя эти bullet points, да? Сейчас это также активно используется при анализе учебных достижений по, допустим, успеваемости, да? Мы говорим, что сейчас уже очень удобные есть инструменты, которые помогают нам видеть вообще успеваемость студентов в течение семестра, по результатам сессии, и мы уже видим все эти, на одной буквально страничке вы видите весь университет в разрезе, там, сколько может университет себе заложить, да, какие разрезы. Теперь проектные задания очень активно используются, студенты и других направлений. При университетах существуют такие вот бизнес или IT-хабы, вот эти вот, допустим, у нас это Кызылорда хаб, я знаю, что также Астана хаб в регионах имеет другие свои филиалы, при которых реализуются они такой точкой опорой становится для студентов и молодежи вообще всего региона, любых абсолютно направлений. Они сюда могут прийти, реализовать какие-то свои идеи по автоматизации, цифровизации каких-то процессов. И, допустим, вот студенты у нас как-то представляли свой план смарт-дома, да, когда там и свет по хлопку и так далее. То есть абсолютно везде это присутствие искусственного интеллекта. Международное сотрудничество, я уже немного начала говорить, что вот как раз очень большая здесь роль Министерства науки и высшего образования, которые поддерживают сотрудничество с NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google. Мы получаем доступ к этим платформам для обучения, для получения. Это и студенты, они заходят, преподаватели на, например, NVIDIA, они обучаются, и потом уже это все внедряют в свой учебный процесс. Это проводятся совместные исследования. Наши университеты с зарубежными университетами, это и преподаватель с преподавателем, так и на уровне университетов есть договоренности о проведении таких больших исследований. Конечно, мы не можем забывать о проблемах и трудностях, они есть, как и в любой другой системе высшего образования. У нас наблюдается дефицит преподавателей в связи с тем, что это такое стремительно новое направление. Сейчас как раз-таки нужна вот эта постоянная и быстрая, интенсивная подготовка и переподготовка преподавателей по использованию этого искусственного интеллекта. Недостаточная осведомленность, то есть студенты, возможно, не всегда могут понимать, есть и этические нормы могут быть затронуты, то есть они просто загружают и выгружают данные, дают это как свою работу, да, то есть для этого вот как раз сейчас вот этот межвузовский стандарт, он и затрагивает вопросы этики. Ограниченные ресурсы, то есть это необходимо обеспечивать доступ к современным вычислительным ресурсам для проведения этих исследований в области искусственного интеллекта, но также и доступ к инфраструктурным, да, возможностям, то есть это и компьютеры, высокоскоростной интернет. Каждый университет сейчас работает над улучшением этих показателей. Как мы видим пути решения этих проблем? Это, естественно, переподготовка преподавателей, чем сейчас занимается каждый из вузов страны во время летней, зимней школы, в течение года. Да, преподаватели стараются повысить свой уровень. Необходимо внедрять искусственный интеллект в школьные программы, потому что сейчас и школьники очень активно используют тот же чат GPT, например, да, когда они и задания, и так далее, они могут все это через чат GPT получать. И также развитие Kazakh Large Language Models, когда это также активно уже развивается, уже даже есть возможность это пилотировать. Назарбаев, преподаватели и ученые Назарбаев университета активно работают над этим, над составлением вот этого модели, да, и сейчас вот уже это доступно на 2 языках, казахском и русском языках. К чему мы стремимся, вот как я говорила, что концепция обозначает вот эти вот большие цифры, что к 2029 году мы 60% программ уже внедрят искусственный интеллект в свои 60% программ университетов будут внедрены элементы или сам искусственный интеллект. Да? Будет увеличение публикаций, будет увеличение стартапов, и мы будем номер 1 в Центральной Азии по именно проведению, обучению искусственному интеллекту. На этом все. Рахмет большой. Готова ответить на вопросы.
Спасибо большое, Дана, за очень такую содержательную презентацию, за обзор текущего состояния применения ИИ в высшем образовании, за то, что обозначили такие определенные вызовы и возможности, связанные с применением ИИ в высшем образовании. Уважаемые коллеги, можем буквально пару вопросов, да, наверное, озвучить, и дальше уже продолжим по программе. Есть ли вопросы к Дане Драшевой? Можете включать микрофоны, либо поднимать руку, и мы вам включим микрофон.
Да, вопрос хотела задать, если можно.
Мгм.
3 вуза уже определили, которые будут заниматься научными исследованиями?
Да, это уже определены. Сатпаев университет. Так, это, наверное, нам лучше поможет Гульжан Сагидулаевна, если есть.
Нет, кажется, она отошла, либо вышла.
Да, уже определены. Активно эти университеты сейчас работают. И очень отрадно, что наш университет, Кызылординский университет имени Хорхутата, также в числе вот тех вузов, которые работают над развитием искусственного интеллекта.
Спасибо. Так, больше нет вопросов, да, коллеги? Тогда продолжим.
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Да, это Баха Уразович, Запетух. Вот эти 3 вуза, которые определены, они по какому принципу отбирались?
Это вопрос не к нам, к сожалению. Это
Это
скорее
вопрос, это Министерство высшего образования сделало отбор, да? На основе каких-то показателей университетов, наверное, да?
да, уже по, так скажем, по тому, что имеется у университета по этому направлению.
По материальной базе, наверное, да?
Это не должно быть с нуля.
Она может по наличию суперкомпьютеров как раз.
И суперкомпьютеры, и инфраструктура, и какие-то перспективы по развитию этого направления. Да, совершенно верно.
Спасибо большое за вопрос.
Спасибо, уважаемые коллеги. Тогда продолжим. Дана, еще раз вам огромное спасибо. Оставайтесь с нами. Теперь я передаю слово нашему первому спикеру. Это доктор Диана Андона, директор департамента цифрового образования и дистанционного обучения Политехнический университет Тимишоары, Румыния. Уважаемые коллеги, воспользуйтесь функцией перевода. В нижней панели есть кнопка либо перевод, либо дополнительно. Нажимаете кнопку перевод и выбираете русский язык. Доктор Даяна? The floor is yours now.
Good morning, everybody. Really nice to see you all here. I really apologize that I can't speak Russian. Unfortunately, I don't understand nothing in Russian and I cannot read Cyrillic, so it's going to be a bit more difficult also to understand your questions in the chat. So if there are important questions in the chat, I will kindly ask you either to translate them or something like that, or then say it again in English, because I will not be able to answer to them. We are facing, together with my colleague, Professor Gabriela Grosek, 2 days. Today, it's going to be quite a lot about the structure of how to teach with AI and about AI. We are not going to do too much on how to develop programs with AI, so not educational programs with AI. In my university, I also teach a course for computer scientists with AI, so about AI, where it's developing AI with Python and very advanced machine learning and data structures. But I'm not talking about this today, neither my colleague. Today is about how to use artificial intelligence, and more precisely, the new generative artificial intelligence in education and everywhere around. So just to be sure that everybody sees me, as it's much more easier like that when we have the other person, I spotlighted me. So if you want to stop it, then you can do it anytime. And let me just start sharing. I will also put in chat because we already have a Menti where we are going to do some activities, so you can go there and have already the first actions and the first question which I'm asking to all of you. So you can please go there. And just to be sure that I'm sharing it correctly, if you confirm to me that you see all correctly, the slides will be very, very good.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So something about what I'm talking about, and then probably something about myself. I think you all have received the how to say my specific biography and so on. And this first presentation is going to be about the role of generative AI in transforming our higher education, about the general overview, the definitions and the opportunities and the threats. As you can see down there, there are two signs. One which is saying that this presentation is part of Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, No Derivative 4.0 International, which is the license to share open presentations which can be shared as they are and used by you in any other information. Also, you can see another sign there which says written by human and not by AI. Everything what is in this presentation, with the exception of 2 or 3 images, which I will point to you, are done by myself, and also, how to say, including images and everything what is there, or by colleagues or by other people which are cited in the presentation. Something about myself, I'm for many years now, for about 15 years now, the Director of Digital Education in Polytechnica University of Timișoara, a university which is very old, and I teach also topics related to web technology, recently also artificial intelligence. I have a master in artificial intelligence back in the 90s. So I've been working for a bit of time in computer science. But my passion is more on how to approach education and research with new technology. This was always my passion, how to use ubiquitous technology in education, science, and quite recently also in culture. I don't know how much you know about the IEEE. IEEE is the largest organizations of not only engineers, but with everything which does with technology in the world. It has more than 1.5 million users, members. Also, Kazakhstan has quite a big chapter and a big unit, and they are doing something. I'm vice president for conferences there, and I've been working with IEEE for many, many years. And also I'm part of EDEN, which is the European Distance Education Network and Digital Education Network also, and I've been active there. And part of the European Universities Association, where also your rectors are members, and quite a lot of your universities from Kazakhstan are part of EWA. Why I'm putting this here, there are 3 organizations which are doing quite a lot on the progress of education and research with the support of technology, and EDEN also quite focusing on digital education. If you participate at their webinars, if you participate at their conferences, you will learn a lot of things. So that's the main reason. This is my direct team, the team with whom I'm working. As digital education and distance education director, I have another 160 professors which are working with me, but this is my core team. This is where I'm located, together with my colleague Gabriela. She's also from the same city, but a different university than myself. I'm the technical university. She teaches in the university, which is more broader university. We call it comprehensive university. As you see, we are very close to the border of Hungary, Austria, and Serbia. So we are in the west corner of Romania. My university is a very old one. It was established as the first Romanian university in this part of the country in 1920. And this is the main building, the rectorate in the city center, just opposite the Opera House. Timișoara is a very beautiful city. I will strongly encourage you to come to visit anytime you want. If you want, we are already a connection for you there, so it will be quite good to establish more collaboration in the future. From the beginning, we deliver education. We celebrated this year the 100 years since our first graduated the full engineer degree. We have licensed master and doctorate degree in full-time, in distance education, and also in lifelong learning. We do a lot of research. I'm just briefly introducing my university. In multidisciplinary research, my university is considered the university which is promoting and making progress in our city, because it's more or less the technical university, and Timișoara, my city, is considered a highly industrialized and very well developed city. It's the second or the third, sometimes depending on what data you are looking, city of my country, Romania. And we have a lot of international institutions partnership. This is some photos from my department, which was established back in 1998, and I've been active since the beginning in and working closely with this department. In the last 5 or 6 years, my university is part of the European University Alliance. I don't know how much you know about this. This is something which 6 years ago the European Union had established and promoted and give funds for it through the Erasmus Plus program, which is also funding this presentation and this participation on this webinar. And probably you know about it because you are part of some capacity buildings programs or projects. And we are focusing more or less on entrepreneurial and support for European smart and sustainable regions. So we are coming from 9 different countries, from north to south and east and west of Europe. We are the most Western university in Romania. And we are responsible in this group of universities from, especially on the area of research, as a doctoral study, as on the area of digital development. You can follow us and you can be part of several activities and actions which we are doing for free and open to everybody, especially online, more or less. And this is the Menti, and I will kindly ask everybody also, if you are on YouTube or if you are here in the Zoom, to try to answer to the first question already. I think it's already working as far as I'm aware, and I will kindly ask the colleagues from Neo Kazakhstan to copy this and to put it, to have it available, to keep it, sending it to everybody. So we already have the first questions, but only 30 people have answered. So I really hope more people will answer to this, because I will really like to see you can answer quite quickly. It's just the link which is in the chat, and or if not, if you go to Menti and use the code which you can see now on the screen, will be very useful. Why is this important? Because it allows us to adjust our presentations, myself and Gabriela's. So hopefully we will have a bit more answers. This is why I was putting the Menti just before, hoping that everybody will be able to jump in Menti and be as active as possible. This presentation is not only me speaking or Gabriela speaking. It's going to be a lot of Menti activities to which you need to answer more or less, so we can have also some sort of discussion and debate based on that. And also you will need to have an activity in Miro, but that might be possible only probably in the last presentations. We'll see how time goes on. I just want somebody to confirm that you can translate what I'm saying and I'm not speaking too fast.
Diana, someone is asking to show the QR code again.
Oh, the QR code, yes,
Yep.
of course. So the Menti question, keep seeing that, yes. I'm trying to keep an eye also on the chat. I cannot really promise this because, as I said, I can't really read what is something else. So
You have sent the link to the chat, Diana.
yeah, Yeah, you can copy also the link and have it to post it again. Will be very, very good. Okay, so let's see. We have doubled the numbers, but still not fully there. Hopefully we'll have a bit more. I'm quite keen to see that we have quite a lot of teachers and professors here, and this is quite good. I will go further. We have in this part another question, which is about how familiar we are with AI, and I will go into that question quite soon. I just want to stay a tiny bit more here, at least until we reach 100. We are 300 in this Zoom, so at least a third questions. I will always wait for at least a third of the answers, because that will give us more correctly the input on what we are doing and what we are expecting. So I'm going back to the link again, if you can see it or not, and hopefully also the others will be able to answer. I know that Menti is very popular and used there in Kazakhstan, so that's also quite important, because I checked that you can use both of the tools, Menti and Miro, to be able to have them with you ready. Okay, let's see. Did we reach 100? More or less. We're there, more or less. But it's quite clear that the percentage and stays more or less the same. The majority of are teachers and professors, and some are researchers, which is very, very good. Very few of you are coming from policymakers and the civil society. We have also some students, which is interesting. I don't know if it's master or PhD students, but that's very, very interesting that we're also having students. And it's quite interesting that we also have quite a lot of the education administration, because several of the tools and the things which we are showing are part of that. Now, the next question, which you can see, so please keep that Menti open all the time today and on Monday. All the questions and everything will be in the same Menti. So with the same link and with the same code, you can answer to all of them. So let's see some answers here. If you are familiar with any AI, the questions are the answers are yes, no, I tried it, no idea. I suppose that if you say yes, that means that also you tried something. I put I tried it there more than yes and no, just because it gives us a bit more input for those which are really have been doing things with that. So let's see. So if you are familiar with AI, it's more or less yes. If you have nothing done with AI until now, it's a no. If you try to do a bit more things with AI, and then it's I tried it, and I don't expect somebody which is participating in this webinar to have no idea about AI, but you never know. It might be possible anytime. Let's see some more answers. I will come back to this Menti quite soon, and maybe this will help you. So now something will move further, because the time is running out quite fast and quite quickly. And I have a very long presentation on this part of the introduction, and quite interesting also. So I will go a bit faster also on this introductory part. which is more or less on how the development of generative AI has appeared and so on. Here is a question which is quite a complicated one. It's how widespread is the use of learning analytics actually today among higher education institutions? Is a question which I put at the same time in February 2023 in Google, and I got almost 1 million results. I put it in Google Scholar and I got 47,000 results. So it's quite popular. It's something which about learning analytics, which is looking at data on learning and how students learn and how universities are run and things like that, which is something which I do as research for many, many years and interests me quite a lot. So for this reason, I put it here and I wanted to see how AI is working on this. So I asked this question in February 2023, so about 3 months in the period, 2.5 months after OpenAI and ChatGPT was released to the public, when it was really at the hype. I asked the same question, I need to say, in December, very early on, I think the second week after OpenAI has released the tool, the ChatGPT tool, and the answers was almost nothing. But also in February, the answers were quite very far away from anything which is correct, more or less. It keeps saying that it's a data-informed decision-making, so the definition is more or less correct, but it makes up a survey. It does a lot of other things which are not correct. It makes about the SIA Industry Association, which is an association which is not functioning since the 80s, and it's never been their case on working with learning analytics. I asked the same question on May 2023 after I trained a bit. So I've been telling ChatGPT where to look at the information, giving them some text about learning analytics, giving them some links and so on. And this is how it answered. Now it's more or less getting correctly that the 2020 survey is from Educase, but it's also not getting it fully correctly. In June 2023, the answer is something different. It says that my knowledge was cut off in September 2021, and then you cannot have complete understanding in 2023 what's happening, and that you need to look at recent studies. So it gives you a general information of what to do further. So give you advice on what to do further and recognize the limitations. Why? This, just 1 week before this date, European Union has started the process of EU AI Act and has made, the first notification, very serious notification, because there were 2 before of that, to OpenAI and to a lot of other AI institutions and companies, that they need to make it very clear from where they're using the data and what is their limitation. So they already have implemented this quite recent, quite near to the date after they received that. In March 2024, when it's exactly the date when European Union Parliament has passed the EU AI Act, the sort of legislation in European Union about artificial intelligence, the answer is already more correct. It gives references, something which is now compulsory to do, to a lot of information, especially if you're asking this. And then it gives also, as I said, more advice, limitations, information, recognition, and so on. So all of this is now more correct. It's based on some references from where it's taking it and citing those references. You see there are 5 references which is citing, and also it gives a lot of more information to everything. So this shows already that with the pursuit of different legislation and regulation, the companies which are developing artificial intelligence, and especially generative artificial intelligence, is already doing a bit more to acknowledge first the data, from where it's coming, how the algorithm is working, and also very, very important, the ethical and the responsibility of how this information is given to the user. So this is quite important on the process of how artificial intelligence is used. I don't know how much familiar are you with Neil Postman, how to say, in fact, it's considered like a testimonial now, which he posted. It's only about 5 to 6 pages of text, more or less. Neil Postman is an academic from Canada, from University of Ontario, which is quite famous in his understanding, social understanding of technology and how society is using technology. And it's one of the authors which I followed if I want to understand a bit more on how society is looking at this. And these 5 things we need to know about technological change are quite famous. It's quite correct, more or less. We always pay a price for technology. When it comes to technology, there are always winners and losers. It's quite understandable. It's always happened. Also in the Industrial Revolution or in the Information Technology Revolution, which we are living now. Embedded in everyday technology, there are one or more powerful ideas, but also biases, errors, and pitfalls of how the technology is happening and doing it. And we can all see that. And technologies are fictions. So you dream about technology. You envision something about technology when you create a new technology or even a new software, which might be true or might not be true, but it's something which you dream and you envision that's happening. And then how that technology is going to be used and how this is affecting the world is a tiny bit different. But the one which I consider the most important from my perspective at least is that technological change is not additive, is not adding one to another, is replacing usually technology, is incorporating more technologies in one. This is why we call it is ecological. So it's not like we have now all the technological things which, I don't know, we used in the past, even in the Industrial Revolution, like steam engine, for example. We don't use steam engine now. We don't drive cars with steam engine. And one of the best examples which I give is also with cars, how cars have evolved over the years and how now more or less electrical cars are replacing other cars and not making it, how to say, that we will always have all types of cars. We don't drive the same cars like, I don't know, 50 or 60 years ago. These are only a few cars which still exist, even and that they are working, they can walk, and they are possible to be driven is not something which we do. But any new car incorporates all the technology which happened and has been developed in the past. So this is why the technological change is ecological. This is very important for us now in artificial intelligence. Why? Because it incorporates a lot of tools, technology, and understanding of what we have done in the past in computer science, in information technology, on how we look at data, but more importantly, on how society is reacting to that. If generative AI probably have come 15 years ago or 20 years ago, probably it wouldn't have been possible to be this powerful, and it wouldn't have been possible to be developed like that and have this impact. Society needs to be prepared to accept some technological change. And I will have now a question. I don't know how we are going to make it this possible. I have 3 images here, these images here, and all 4 of these images. These are all images which are real images made by me, more or less. Only this one is not completely made by me. It's also with a bit of help from a professional photographer. But all of them have something in common. I will really like to be able to see if you can see what is the common into them, and if you can write in the chat, either in English, if you can, or in Russian, any way is fine. I will just briefly say what is in the image. In the top corner, right top corner image is an image of the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, in Spain. The other one is a statue made out of steel in my city, in the city center of the city, which is called the Superhuman, and by a Romanian and local artist. This one are pipes, and this one is the link between all of these 3 images. I see that technology and repetitive parts of the image, not necessarily. Yes, it is repetitive part. This is why I put it like I found these images made of steel. Yes, they are all made of steel.
Design new ideas.
Design and new ideas and created by humans. All of them are created by humans, yes. It's not easy to answer, and I will move further just because of the time. Is welding. Welding is the industrial process of the big technological change which unifies all of this. It's a very complicated process with rules, very specific rules. When it appeared in the industrial process, have revolutionized everything. One of the most important parts of welding is canalization and plumbing. Imagine our lives in our cities if we wouldn't have had the possibility of have clean water and to have sanitization in the cities and whatever else. Imagine, I don't know, doing the Eiffel Tower in Paris without welding and a lot of other things. We go in space now because of this very complicated process. But when it appeared, it made redundant a lot of technology, a lot of jobs, and was created a huge disruption in the world. Another big disruption in the world was back in the 14th century when the first books were printed in the city of Mainz in Germany. They created the first Gutenberg press, and it created a huge disruption. When the appearance of computers in the 50s and 60s was also created a big disruption. Nowadays, we speak about artificial intelligence like a big technological change and a big disruption. Why I use this metaphor of welding? Because it's quite popular to think now about how the change is going to really affect the change with artificial intelligence is going to affect all sectors of life. Computers have affected everything in our life. Books has affected everything in our life. But in terms of industrial change, the only major affection of a small thing beside of, computers and so on is this process, the welding. And it's a process which has taken us years to properly understand and almost a century to make it useful for the entire humanity, and where we use the same process. So I like to use this metaphor for having people encouraging to use artificial intelligence, but use it wisely and understand about artificial intelligence. Because also welding is used by people with training. You need to have special licenses to be able to weld and to there are more than 15 or 20 methods of welding and different materials and so on. And if you use it correctly, you can create simple industrial things like plumbing and canalization, but you can create huge, wonderful things like, for example, this Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, or the Eiffel Tower, or bridges and the International Space Station. But you can also create art and can impress people through art. So this is why I use this metaphor to encourage you. This is the core thing which myself and also Gabriela will be telling you, to co-create, to collaborate, not to work alone, but to control and to benefit from the use of generative artificial intelligence in education. Because if you collaborate and you learn one from each other and you respect the rules, you create the rules, you adapt new rules, and you adapt new technologies and new understanding, you will be able to control and benefit from it. And this is very, very good if you are able to master it and to use it. Some very brief ideas about how the history of artificial intelligence is happening and where we stand at this moment with this. It's not something new. As I said, I also been studying this in the beginning of the 90s. So I graduated, in fact, in 94, 30 years ago, a master in artificial intelligence and machine learning, which was looking more or less at the robotical part, because that's what we are looking quite a lot on artificial intelligence. It's an idea which dates back from ancient Greece. Alan Turing, the famous mathematician, which has been imagining the first computers, the Enigma machine, has also imagined a machine, a computer, which can think about itself. In fact, his very famous phrase is that we can only see a short distance ahead, but we can see plenty there that needs to be done. In the 80s, the neural networks, so the networks which are able to take decisions and understand algorithms and create them by themselves was good. And this is something which I learned more or less back in my education 35 years ago. In 97, the IBM Deep Blue, also IBM, all of this information, quite a lot is coming from IBM websites. IBM is at the forefront of developing technology for artificial intelligence until quite a lot of recently. Microsoft works also with IBM about this. The computers which are dealing with this are partly IBM and partly NVIDIA, which is the new chip which is built in computers which are working and doing algorithms, high-speed algorithms with a lot of data processing. But the big changes have been coming in the middle of 2015 and 2016, when we already have had a lot of artificial intelligence being able to beat, like in Go, in AlphaGo, and so on. And in 2023, it was a huge rise in large language models. November 2022 was the date when generative AI and OpenAI ChatGPT was released. This is an image from 2018 on how the artificial intelligence technological landscape looked like, a tiny bit just before the huge jump in generative artificial intelligence. And you can look and see that what we call at this moment artificial intelligence is only looking at some of them. It's obviously looking at machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, and pattern recognition, and some natural language processing. But it's only part of it. All of the other parts are more or less not touched yet by the generative AI. They don't really work here. It's only part of the software which is already looking at that. And when artificial intelligence is going to be implemented more or less also in the area of robotics and machines and cars, or quite advanced industrial things, then the changes are going to happen.
I know that people here want to hear
This
more
is a
about
video. I
you
hope
and
you are
your opinion
hearing
artificial
the.
intelligence and how it's going to have an impact on the future.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Not sure where to start. There is so much information I'd like to share.
So why don't you start about telling us what is AI and how you think it can change the world?
Well, that's easy. It is me.
Okay, so this is why I wanted to say, this is Sophia, the humanoid by Hanson Robotics. I hope you've been able to hear her. The question was, this was recorded by myself in Bucharest in the Brandweids conference in May 2018. I was part of the team which built up this conference, and we were hoping very much to bring Sophia on stage, and we had questions for Sophia and was asked, what is artificial intelligence, Sophia? And she said, it's quite simple, it's me. So this is the epitome, more or less, of what we understood by then about artificial intelligence. Because artificial intelligence is the technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human intelligence and problem-solving capabilities. And there are different types of artificial intelligence. Is the weak AI, which is the artificial narrow intelligence, where we are training things to perform specific tasks, like Siri from Apple, where we give dictations and we ask them to do several things, or Amazon Alexa. And one of the major parts of weak AI is something which we use every day, the weather application, for example. Weather application since the 90s, more or less, and more powerful since the middle of 2000, are using artificial intelligence, and what we call at this moment weak AI is as part of the prediction of the data analysis of all the weather data coming from different sources and different types of information, and then making prediction of the weather. That prediction is being powerful based on artificial intelligence, and we are using it every day by all of us without probably even knowing what is behind. So that's why it's very important to understand where and how artificial intelligence is happening. The other part is the strong AI, which is made by what we know now as artificial general intelligence, or AGI, or where also generative artificial intelligence is part of, and what we consider also artificial superintelligence, ACIO, which is something which is at this moment entirely theoretical, which is going to overpass the human brain, which is going to be as creative as human brain and being able to have consciousness, understanding on how to ability and solve problems. I get quite often the question if I think that artificial superintelligence is going to come. Honestly, I don't think, at least not in my lifetime. With the support of quantum computing, it might be possible, depending. But I always believe that the humans are more powerful than any technology. And even if the technology will advance, they will find ways to overcome that power and to keep it on a leash, to keep it contained, that those fantastic science fiction, I love science fiction. Even as a child, I used to look at a lot of and read books about science fiction, about Terminators and so on. I don't think it's really going to happen. I don't imagine technology fighting against humanity, but if you never know, it's quite clear that technology used by humans, which are not driven by good or by good ideas or by having the power only for themselves, it can be really be very destroying and very, very damaging. Some ideas about machine learning, just very briefly. It's a very popular course also on Coursera about artificial intelligence, and I will have about courses and where to learn about this on Monday. will give you a lot of information where you can learn about artificial intelligence. But this is how deep neural works. They have a lot of hidden layers, and they have an input layers, and based on the algorithm, they understand better the data, and they make commutation between the data and learn about the data to process a much more reduced result, which is looking at the data how it is. Predictive AI, as I said, whether it analyzes pattern, or for us in learning analytics, is student data to predictive student is on track to graduate. Generative AI is something which we are speaking about more or less now, which creates code, text, but based on an assignment or a question. And this is based on data where the statistically most probably outputs are prompted. So it analyzes information based on the understanding of words, of text. This is why it's based on text more or less, even if it's looking at now it's images and videos, but also that images and videos are based on the understanding of the text, which is describing that image. And it's just how the near words are used by each other and how they are put together. This is what the generative AI will understand. So if you use in a sentence created by humans, because it only looks at data created by humans, a very tiny bit, probably 1 in 1,000 or something like that, looks at data created by AI. And this is another field of study, which is more or less in research, where we use generative data to analyze new patterns and so on. But this is very completely out of touch more or less now. So this is what we are looking at, what we are analyzing. It's been, as I said, a development of more than 100 years now, and it's quite had a bigger step, a much quicker development since 2016, 2017. The biggest change has come from Young Fellow, which has developed the first generative adversarial network, the GANs, which are the first one which are able to look at the understanding of the generation of intrinsic text based on the text which already exists. The big changes comes in 2021 when OpenAI has introduced DALL-E, where it generates images based on text. And then obviously when OpenAI launches in 2022, in November, the ChatGPT, which is the first, imagine ChatGPT, that one was the second version of ChatGPT. And in about a month, it has 100 million users. So the big impact, it's only when you reach more than 100 million users. This is how it's considered at this moment in the world. And no other technology has seen such a big rise of such quickly in 2 months to reach this number in terms of adapting and use of it. Obviously, it came with a lot of biases and a lot of problems, which were very soon realized by quite a lot of people of how they're using copyright, and new legislation of copyright and ethics are now written worldwide to be able to protect the human creation by not being used improperly by that. So ChatGPT, GPT is generative pre-training transformer, and it's a software which interacts in a conversational way. And this is very, very important to understand. It works based on questions or which we are calling now prompts. Why prompt? Prompt is coming from, again, an industrial technological term where you will give a prompt to a machine, then the machine will execute it. So that's from where it's coming, but now it's more or less used widely in ChatGPT and by the other tools which are built up in the same model, which is the large language model, which are trained on enormous amounts of online data, and they generate text and answers quite quickly. Why? Because they have, sorry, apologies for this, they have very quickly a lot of plausible and pleasing responses. The conversation is quite important, and why I'm saying I'm explaining this a tiny bit more, because this is the 5th seminar which I'm running this year like this, and I understood in time that very few people really understand how they work. And I believe as a computer scientist that if you understand how the machine works, it might be much better on this. Is there a problem? Okay, if not, I'll carry on. Is that being a conversation, it makes you believing, because you have the feeling that you are speaking with somebody. It's quite famous. We have articles written by sociologists on how people are fighting, having discussions with a machine and not even understanding. They speak with an algorithm, with several machines if you want them like that, but not with a human. Because this conversational way is making it more believable. We trust it much more often and much more easier, because it creates the feeling that is a human which is responding to your question. So this is why large language models have this big bias from the beginning, from how they've been built. I'm sorry for the quality of this image. I decreased the images to make them much more smaller this morning, and something has gone wrong here. But it's based on it's the NVIDIA, which is creating the chip, the processor, the microprocessor, which is in all the motherboards which are working now with generative AI predictions and algorithms. And it looks at high quality samples, fast sampling, and mode coverage diversity. And this is quite important as having the major requirements for generative AI. Where at this moment we have generative AI application. There are in 3 areas which are very popular. The last one is a tiny bit less popular, let's make it like that. It's more or less popular for quite a lot of us. In language, where we look at LLMs, where the sky is the limit, it's used in a lot of areas and in a lot of perspectives, from marketing to translation, where it's very powerful now, to text generation, and we are using it quite a lot on code development. You can have in one afternoon developed a full mobile app application now with the support of 2 or 3 tools, Cursor and ChatGPT or Copilot and then Claude and so on. There are dedicated tools which are now working for code development in all types of software, but especially on the software which is dedicated to web and mobile. Audio, music, audio, speech. You will see even in my application later today a video which is completely created with generative AI and based on when we are going to speak about regulations. And then a lot of visuals, from simple images but to 3D images and to avatars and videos and graphs and a lot of other illustrations and so on. And then it's obviously a lot of synthetic data, the data which is created with the support of generative AI, where we are training AI models where data doesn't really exist and is not really implemented there. So this is the definition from generative AI, and I will strongly encourage you to have a look at the generative AI definition from UNESCO, where we ask UNESCO to develop a lot of tools, and they have at this moment more than 30 books and then reports and information based on this. Here, for example, are 3 of the most popular LLMs at this moment. where you can see how many people are using it and how many people declare already that they are using it. Obviously, the most popular is ChatGPT, but also Copilot, which is also from Microsoft, it's a Bing technology, and Gemini, it's also used because all of these are coming from Microsoft. I don't know if I will have time. Usually I have a tiny bit of time. I just realized now that I spent a bit more time in this part than I was supposed to. And just let me just go on this one. So you have the next question on Menti until I will explain a tiny bit of this. So please go to Menti and try to answer to that one. Is that, for example, this is a timeline which is coming from the AI Navigator, where you will be able to see how it's been developed and the rapid development which are happening now. It's quite also very nicely done. It's done with an AI tool, which is like a PowerPoint and so on, and it's based on community and how this is happening and doing it. So if you are interested on having and seeing new developments and where it's happening, it's going to be quite interesting. I just want to point a very recent release just last week about Google from the Willow, which is the quantum computing chip, which is now working with artificial intelligence to be able to release new models of data. So there are going to be some big changes. Hopefully quantum computing is the next new step in this part. So what we are going to speak in all of these days is this part. We are speaking about regulation, how to adopt. We are going to share with you some use cases with some tools and where you are using it. We are going to show you where you can learn in different types of understanding about generative AI, and also how to teach and how to do research with generative AI and different tools. So let's see a tiny bit of the answers on this one. I still have a lot of things to show. Can we take a tiny bit of the break later, Laura, please?
Yes, sure. It's up to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will try to, because I want to finish this first presentation, I will go much more faster over some slides and so on. So let's see. Can I ask everybody to answer it in Menti? If you can post the link again, will be very, very good. I'm asking my colleagues from Neo Kazakhstan to post them. If you can, please. And I see some questions there, but I'm not very sure what they are. But if they
We'll
are
come back to
important,
these questions.
yeah, if you can just type the translation into the chat, it might be easier for me to adapt it. It's up to you, how you wish. So, I'm very curious to see how much do you think AI will transform our lives after what you've been doing until now, and also based on my very short presentation until now, and how much do you think we are in an AI revolution? Let's see. As we are still 300 in this room, I will hopefully have at least 100 questions, 100 answers to this, but it's quite clearly at this moment that quite a lot of people believe that AI will transform our lives. Yes, I strongly believe that too. Why? Because it's going to influence more areas than we are thinking. At this moment, we use AI for a decade or even more than a decade in prediction, also in medicine, in healthcare, in financials, in weather. It used in military quite a lot, especially not so much generative AI, but artificial intelligence in general. And it's been using in industrial area for many years. For example, even the red lights in your crossing of your street is based on, in some cities, obviously, depending, I have no idea how it is in Kazakhstan, but in Europe at least, or in America, a lot of the street lights are based with AI. They will adapt the length of the red light or green light based on how many people are there at the crossing, or how many cars there are, how big traffic it is, or if it's something which is happening ahead and they will need to stop the people there. So let's see. I will hopefully have more answers quite soon. I will go now to the next question. But it's quite clearly that we are in an AI revolution, and that now I will kindly ask you to write one word that describes your AI experience. I will come back to this because of time. I will move forward and then I will come back to look at these answers. Just I'm trying to see if we have people already answering. I'm showing again the QR code. So if you have the link in Menti, but I will really like if you keep that Menti open, will make our life easier. So we already have some answers. That's very good. So I will move now to my next slide and I will come back to this and discuss this. So I will speak something about acceptance. This is an image which is generated with AI. So it's me, more or less. I ask one of the software, it's Midjourney, to create an image based on images which they can find online about me. There are quite a lot of images with me in the real images on the web. And quite funnily, more or less, it manages, somehow looks like me a bit younger and more beautiful probably than I am in reality. But it makes like that. It's quite curious that it made me, without me asking, as a warrior, as Xena, the princess of war or something like that, and also the sign of victory. I've been trying to see if I have any photos because I couldn't remember me. I never do this sign in any image or in any video. So this is something which it completely made up. It completely made up an image of me based on what it understands, or based on a very American culture, to be honest, of what myself can be. This is, in their understanding, my avatar. Basically, because I'm probably very active, doing a lot of things, and there are a lot of images with me presenting, being on stages and so on online. And it understood that probably I'm a warrior and I'm victorious, and this is a sign. And I'm smiling and staying like that. Why? A lot of the photos which are with me online, not all of them, the majority of them will not be with me smiling, will be with me more or less speaking or being part of a group or something like that. So it's based on one of the strongest biases which artificial intelligence has, which is based on white, if I can say that, male culture from North America and how they think all the images have been done. And this is why I'm keeping it in my presentation, because it increases our level of understanding of the acceptance of AI. Obviously, AI has been in a lot of news over time, even from the beginning in 2022, in 2023, and their impact on how it can be looked in assessment, in working with students, especially in higher education, have been everywhere in the news. I have a huge collection of articles about how AI is used in education. Only in education, I don't focus so much on that. And even, for example, Stephen Wolfram, which is the famous part developer from Stanford, which developed Wolfram computational engine, which is one of the first artificial intelligence engines, have had its doubt about this and how it is. And this is a very famous article in February this year in Forbes, which created how AI is impacting the higher education and especially the engineering education based on famous United States universities. And here, for example, you see one of the reports coming from Digital Education Council, which is been released in August 2024, which already states that 86% of the students already use AI in their studies. So this is why we need to learn and to know how AI is used by our students. And we need to teach our professors and our students how to use AI responsibly and knowing what they are doing. So this is basically why I have all the time look at this. And this is an article about from Science Business where it keeps saying something which is quite true. And unfortunately it's quite true 1.5 years after AI and generative AI has become the norm. And it's in contradiction with that part where it says that look how many students are using AI, and look that a lot of institutions have no guidance, no regulation, and they have no idea what to do with AI. They are waiting for solutions. This is, for example, another statistic which is coming in February 2024 from World Economic Forum, which is saying quite clearly that this is the estimation of the budget impact in Europe by 2030, which is huge. And it's predicted that quite a lot of European businesses will use AI in everyday activity, which is why we need to prepare the students for these activities. This is a study done by a friend of mine, Wolf Ehlers, at the university in Baden-Württemberg, which is a very highly developed area of Germany with a lot of industry. And he has done an empiric study about how companies and employees look at AI. And they keep saying that the majority of them think that AI will influence their work, and it's quite a positive look at how AI is happening. The only ones which are very afraid of AI is us in higher education. Why? Because of the assessment and how we are teaching. And this is why we need to change that quite quickly. At this moment, the European Union has different approaches for excellence in AI, which have started from June 2021, in fact, and then it's becoming very accelerated in the last year. In March this year has adopted the EU AI Act, and which is in fact trying to make it more possible for that. And here, for example, is the statistic information in 2022 about the trust in artificial intelligence, which was released just 1 month after OpenAI has come. I need to say this data looks almost the same also now. So the trust of artificial intelligence systems is still there. This is an information from KPMG, the large financial group which is looking at the data, which is 1 year old already. It's looking also on how AI is used in different areas. And obviously, as I said, IEEE is doing a lot of things. We are having different groups of looking at artificial intelligence. At this moment, IEEE, the large association of engineers, have already released, they are the ones which are making the, guidelines and the ethics and so on, but also the standards for industry. And they have 16 standards now, they already in place and adopted by the International Standards Organization, which were initiated by IEEE about artificial intelligence. So if you can have courses, materials, and so on available when you're joining IEEE, and especially if you're looking at the technological aspect. So something about the new competencies which you need to have nowadays in the framework of artificial intelligence. The European Union has the digital competencies which they built since 2016. And this is now we are working at 2.2 digital framework, where there are the standard 5 major competencies with 16 other, derivative digital competencies. And nowadays, they are looking at almost half of them having artificial intelligence among them. And the more important one is this one, that they need to engage with artificial intelligence systems in a confident, critical, and responsible way. So that's why they are running, and we are running courses, materials, guidance, webinars, everything about that. The next education, which is the artificial intelligence group of Ulf Ehlers, have been looking at a lot of skills and how future skills for a world can be shaped by AI. And you can have a look there and see what they are thinking and how they are planning to look at the skills for the future with AI, where you have a lot of AI systems where you can design them, but also you have the cooperation competencies and the ethical and the active part of it. Paradox learning by Stella Lee. Stella Lee with others. Can you switch off the microphones, please? Thank you so much. Are doing quite a lot of things in the area of artificial intelligence literacy. And she has developed these 8 framework parts where they are looking at fundamentals, the data, which is very important, the critical thinking and fact-checking, which is a very important skill, the diverse use cases, the ethics, the assessment, the pedagogy, and obviously the future of the work in this area. And this is quite important for us. It keeps opening the link. The artificial intelligence, they developed an adoption framework for learning and design, where is a lot of feedback. So this is a circular process which will help and will do quite constantly among them, is looking at the strategic direction of developing organizational capabilities where you need to have knowledge and skills with roles and pedagogy in the same time. So we are quite a lot here. Some institutions already have a strategic direction, others no, and they're following. Then you need to build up the culture of looking and working with AI, which takes time to build. It's not happening overnight. And then obviously to have operations in place of that and to measure and evaluate them constantly. This is something which I do with in my university and in my European University Alliance, and hopefully this is going to happen almost everywhere in higher education institutions nowadays. We have, as I said, UNESCO has a lot of recommendations. They have a lot of publications in all languages. They are also in Russian. I checked all of them, and you are able to have a look at them. They are in this link of digital education and artificial intelligence, where you have the competency framework, the guidance. You have a lot of documents. And I'm just pointing some ideas from this document. The first one, which is looking at the guidance from policy, because I know that you are also people here which are coming from the administrative part and the policy makers, is very important that also at the top level, you make the understanding how artificial intelligence is influencing your teachers and your students. And for that, you need to have a system-wide vision and a strategic priority. And you need to be able to have planning and policy and regulations for this. And then you apply this planning in action and you pilot it, test it, and then go back. It's not happening overnight. Universities are very resistant to change, and they are slowly making changes usually. And this is a time when we need to speed up a tiny bit that and to learn from what others are doing, to understand what the others are doing. And these are the key elements if we are really able to have this general, balance between regulation and promotion of AI in different areas. We need to have a lot of guidance and institutional implementation of ethical principles. If we don't create a culture of academic integrity, of ethics respect, that it's not going to happen because you cannot control it completely. It's not in your hands, it's not on your servers, and you cannot control it. The only way of controlling it is by human integrity. And this is what we need to raise and to make it understanding more possible and so on. And there are different approaches and interactions. There are the 6 perspectives to consolidate the pedagogical interactions of the humans in the use of artificial intelligence, to understand the domain of knowledge where it can be used, to know and to understand the outcomes, to use the most correct generative tool and compare also the advantages and use it for the advantage of knowledge, not for cheating, if you want to take it like that, to have clear requirements for the user, and to create human pedagogical methods and examples as prompts, and also to create quite clearly the understanding of the ethical risks. I think this stands even now and probably even more powerful than when it was released a year ago. And hopefully quite a lot will look at this. AI Pioneers is an Erasmus project which have gathered a lot of knowledge and information about how AI is looked and worked in education. And they have built up this AI competencies framework for teachers, where you will see it's also looking from pedagogy, the ethics, the professional development, the accessibility, the inclusion, data-driven, and the collaboration. I always say cooperate and collaborate is the most important asset of competence to be able to understand that. This is the structure, the high-level structure of the AI competencies framework for teachers proposed by UNESCO. I use another one in some of my papers. I don't have it here at this moment, where I'm looking at more or less how also you can not only create, but develop. So go further more in all the aspects of AI mindset, ethics, foundation, pedagogy, tools, and professional learning. And I would like you to have a look at this quite a lot. I'm going back now to the Menti to see some of the answers which you have. Just give me a second so I can reach the Menti. Okay, so let's see. We have 49 answers, and digital deception is becoming the most, the only ones which I can read, I can tell you, or something like that. And then obviously there is another one. If somebody can tell me which is this one, I will be very happy.
Teaching languages.
Okay, digital languages. And this one?
Writing texts.
Writing text. So yes, it's transformative text and languages, understanding and translation, which are very important things. Usually what it comes up quite a lot is trust and innovation. I see also some of the words of innovation and trust here, but it's not coming so much up. It's quite a lot of things which I correctly use. It's algorithm, correct prompt, and time saving if you use it correctly, and balanced, and so on. So it's quite important, this one. What is this?
It means beautiful.
Again?
Beautiful.
Virtual. Yes, it is, obviously. So let me go back to my next Menti question, which is going to be a bit more easier for you to answer. And then I will leave it like that for you to answer, because this is quite a complicated question, if I can say that. And I'm going to read them, and please answer as much of them you can. Because at this moment, I'm curious to see how much you understand about how AI works and how many you think that you have no idea and where you're really understanding. Is that demonstrating knowledge of good practices of protecting data and privacy when using AI tools? I'm reading them so also the translation can have it. identifying and discussing the presence and impact of AI in educational context, recognizing various sources of bias in AI from humans, from data sets, or from algorithms, and understanding how this automatic decision-making can be biased, explaining how a given system can benefit all students, independent of their cognitive, cultural, economic, or physical differences, researching about AI tools for education, reading all documentations about it, contacting developers and asking how model is created and monitored, engaging in collaborative process, co-designing new products based on AI systems to support and enhance learning and teaching. Okay, so we'll leave this for you to answer a tiny bit, and I will go now to some things to worry about, okay? So some things to worry about. As it's quite a bit difficult, these images, my first question for you is, this is coming from a presentation which Gabriela used to make it, but I'm using it because it's in this context a bit more better, is that, it's a paper which is quite famous about the American Smile. And it's also based on how my avatar was created. So these images are clearly fake. I don't know if you've been able to recognize this. Usually I ask the audience if they're fake or no, and to vote if it's in using the voting system, but I will skip this step now because it's already taken me a lot of more time because I'm speaking much more slower than usually to do this presentation with interpretation. So they're fake because several reasons, and I will try to explain it, not to wait so much for me. Obviously, American conquistadors and Aztec warriors were never been able to take selfies. This is clearly selfies. They will never be smiling. They will never be gathering in groups. And quite a lot of these facials are based on the same facial structure or the same human. It's probably an image taken from probably a movie set or a theater or whatever else they found it online, and then multiply and create it by themselves. Yenka has published this quite famous paper, which is telling about the major bias in artificial intelligence, in generative AI, is the American Smile. It's based on a lot of American culture, and this is the biggest bias because the data which is feeding the algorithms and the modeling of generative AI is coming, majority of it, from the English-speaking American culture. So it's not a different one, and this is the biggest bias. When these images were released, quite a lot of people believed them. They were released on social media, and quite a lot of people believed them. So this is telling us some of the major things to worry about is that it lies quite well, but it's recognizable. It lacks factually accuracy, and some of them are erroneous and contradictory. It's facilitate impersonation, so it's the same person multiplied in different ways, but it's usually discriminatory because it's gender, race, and ethnicity focusing very much on white American male. And it's inherited and proliferates, so it's multiplicating these biases in the training data and amplifying with this reason the hate speech and false statements, which we can see nowadays everywhere in media, in social media, and affect quite a lot of our social lives or political lives, even voting in European Union. I have no idea how it's in Asia, but it's changes quite a lot. Some of the drawbacks are coming from OpenAI even, and this is something which they keep saying, and they make it quite clearly in their FIQ and in their statement, is that the technology is not trustworthy, it makes stuff up, and it's not to be used in responsible areas or in more dangerous areas like in military or in health and so on, because it doesn't understand the text. It only uses statistical data and prediction to be able to put the text one next to each other, words next to each other to create a text which is the most appropriate based on using it. And obviously the misinformation can be an unstoppable domain. And one of the most important things is that all of these, like accuracy, trust, bias, hallucination, and plagiarism, are not necessarily new to AI. They are part also of social media. They are part of web. They've been part of computer science for many, many years, and especially in information communication technology. It's a huge part of it. But what is new is that because of this conversational nature of the generative AI, it looks plausible, it looks true, it looks that it's real, and it's very coherent. The answers are very, very coherent and looks very real and very correct. And it's this convincing realism of generative AI content, which is the biggest AI issue nowadays. Also, they use a lot of your data. This is again coming from my colleague Gabriela. She has this statement which was coming from a small company startup in Romania, which was looking at the user content from the terms and conditions of Lensa AI. Lensa AI has been very, very popular about 1 year ago and even less than 1 year ago. And everybody on social media, on Facebook and Instagram, have created their avatars as princesses or warriors and so on using Lensa AI. And I never in my life of 35 years working in ICT and developing web and so on and looking at the terms and conditions of different tools, have seen so many words on describing how Lensa AI is able to use the content which you're feeding, because you need to feed your image to be able to create it. So a lot of humans, millions of humans, have given up voluntarily their images, their own identity to a tool and algorithms which then be spread out to all of the others. So not only stayed in one, because Lensa AI is part of, tools on how to use it and so on. I think it has been the highest downloaded application at the beginning of 2023, if I correctly, and so on. So it's been a huge input, and then all of this data is used by all of the other AI tools nowadays. And it's being given voluntarily. So this is why the note of caution exists on all of this. So let's go back a tiny bit to the Menti and see the answers. They are almost all of them going towards the excellence. So on the top half, if I can say, it's more than 2.5 to almost all of them. Some of them are a bit more, and it's like engaging in collaborative process, which is the highest, enhancing learning and teaching and understanding and researching about that and explaining how this, so it's very, very correct. And which is the most important is recognizing the biases, because they are developing constantly, and it's quite true. So I'm very pleased with the answers. And then I have another Menti for you, which, if you can say it, this is much more quicker and easier to answer. What concerns you most about using AI in education? Is biased results. If you can answer to some of these, will be lovely. Job displacement, student privacy, and lack of critical thinking skills. And then we will discuss it based on that. I have only one more slide, and then we finish and we discuss the Menti results. So in my view, based on my experience, the AI risks for education are, especially in learning, how we are approaching learning, how we teach different subjects. And this is not only in engineering, it's also valid in social sciences, in history, in medicine, in political science, in economics, more or less. Economics are using AI like engineers for a while now. And it's this learning approach which will increase the risk. If we don't change the learning approach with AI, then it's going to be a huge bias on how we are preparing our students. Obviously, it's a huge algorithmic discrimination, and we've been just discussing about this. And this is something which, unfortunately, we cannot change it that much. We can do research and create new algorithms, but unfortunately, universities at this moment have very little power in front of the huge companies, and we don't have their resources of data on being able to use it. Even if we have the computational machines, the IBM Deep Blues and the new NVIDIA's machines and so on, we will not have the data to be able to train and to make it new tools based on different things. The bias. We need to explain to students and teachers the huge biases which are with AI, and to learn the critical thinking, to improve, the critical thinking of our students on approaching the use of artificial intelligence. And also to understand where is the data going and what it is. In European Union, the EU AI Act, which I will speak about later, it's showing exactly how this can be done. And this is very important because we need to be very transparent. If we want to use AI in education or research in any EU university or company nowadays, we need to be transparent from where the data is coming, to say the sources of information, and to explain the problems and the people. It's obviously cheating. Plagiarism and cheating is becoming a norm with AI. Unfortunately, it's used quite a lot by students, but also by teachers and researchers, not to go behind the wall. So we need to create a huge level of academic integrity to be able to avoid this cheating and this part. And this only can come through ethics, by creating a culture of ethical respect and integrity. If not, this is going to be a major risk of AI. The lack of transparency. As I said, we don't have any access to the data. We don't know from where it's coming, how it's working, and also the algorithm. And one of the biggest problems, which sometimes we fear, is especially when you are doing online education or digital education, where you can use a lot of AI tools, is on humanizing the learning experiences. That chatbots and AI can create a lot of context and a lot of tools, which will be probably perfect and might be even very, very good in the near future. But it will lack the human touch. It will lack that understanding and that care and compassion, which can only be shown by the humans. The digital divide will increase. It's going to be a huge dependence on the technology, which will have huge effects on education and on higher education, and obviously the costs. At this moment, the implementation costs of AI are huge, but also the running of them. So I know, for example, only one prompt question in AI at this moment is using more than 1,000 liters of water to cool the machines and to do it, to give you that prompt. So imagine that it's more than probably a human needs per year, and it's used by only one prompt. So the climate effect of AI is quite huge nowadays, and also is going to have a huge cost. Then obviously human replacement. ICT companies around the world are using now a lot of AI for code development. It's the first area where a reduction of humans working on AI tests, on test of code is happening. So is one of the first parts which is going to be fully happening and fully changed and implemented by AI. So let's see what concerns you most about the use of AI in education. Very few of you say about biased results. We only have 30 answers. I don't know why we have so little answers in Menti. Maybe do you have problems with Menti in Kazakhstan, or I don't know why, because usually I'm expecting quite a lot of people being very active during the presentation. And then it's a lack of critical thinking. One of the things which we are going to show to you, also Gabriela and also myself, is how to improve the critical thinking of your students and of yourself with the support of AI. If you create a correct pedagogical set of how to use AI in education, I strongly believe, and I have the data because I'm using it now for 3 or 4 times already in the last 2 years with my students, that in fact it's improving their critical thinking skills if you use it in a correct pedagogical setting. So this is why you need to learn and to know how to use this properly. We have only one Menti, which I will leave it over the questions to answer, to be answered by you. So I will ask you to say what is the biggest challenge for AI in education, and I will try to answer the other questions if we have, and then we will take a 10 minutes break. And then I will come back with the regulation. So let's see. Can somebody help me with the questions in chat, please?
Yes, Diana, we have had a question in the chat box earlier. The question was from Maria Kochkurubayeva. Her question was, what threats does the AI entail? Isn't it a threat if it's used for military purposes?
So is this question for me or for your colleague?
I think for you.
Okay, so if it is a threat for military purposes, yes, it is a threat in any area, not only in military purposes, but in AI in military is more problematic ethically and also legally at this moment, because it's not supposed to be allowed to be used, generative AI in military. I don't know too much about that topic. It's not really my expertise. I can only say very briefly what I read about it. And I have a colleague which is working in one of the largest universities in America, which is a military academy, and where at this moment they are teaching how to develop AI tools. So computer science is developing AI tools for military purposes. And I know it's a very difficult topic. I think it's dangerous because it's not going to give the decisions of life and death to a human. And I strongly believe that as far as humans are involved, ethically and legally, the decision of life and death should be taken by humans and not by machines or a computer. We will never, as a humanity, leave that for a machine and computer to do it. And at this moment, this is the view of all the militaries, as far as I know. I have no knowledge of the militaries in other countries, like, I don't know, North Korea or even Russia, or I don't know, but I have no knowledge about that. I can only speak what is happening in the military academies in the Western world, where at this moment they teach and they have a very strong ethical and legal support of not using AI in military purposes. So the biggest challenge is in AI in education. I'm a bit lost here, but I will say finding a balance between the effectiveness of algorithms and their responsible use and taking into account issues of privacy, ethics, and non-discrimination and proper training. I don't know who wrote that, but thumbs up. You've done it, you nail it. It's really what I also believe, is this balance on understanding where you can use it properly, use it with the purpose of making your life easier and do things faster, but knowing which is the bias which is the ethical problem, and also which is the privacy, and being able to teach others on how to do it. A person will stop thinking and reflecting, a particular student. I don't think so. If we expose the students to a very correct pedagogical setting on using AI properly, we will have the opposite. We will encourage them to think more and reflect more, because that's a human ability which no machines at the moment has. They cannot reflect, they cannot think and make things up. And this is where it comes the big shift, the big challenge and change of paradigm in education, that we need to change the way how we educate our students and how we evaluate our students. And it's not empty words, it's very difficult to do it. Ethics and biases, dependence on AI, yeah, that's one of the biggest challenges, is that we might get used to it, our students might get used with it, and they will, like now, you don't imagine your life without your mobile phone. You don't imagine your life without the web. You know that when you have a question, you go to web and you find a solution or a possible answer, and you rely on the collective intelligence from that. So that's something which can be a huge challenge in the future. And ethics and the bad internet, yeah, the use of the internet is huge, and of algorithms and of resources. As I said, one of the biggest challenges nowadays for AI is to respond, especially in Europe, for the big, stress which the European EU AI, the law of AI puts on them, that they need to disclose how much energy and how much they affect the planet on producing AI. And obviously, quite a lot of it will be sent to third countries, and the disruption and digital divide will be even bigger, and so on. The wealthy country will use the technology, and all the climate damages and the resources drainage will be in the third country. So it's a huge problem, which nowadays they are trying to learn from the mistakes of the past to do it much better. The lack of human factor, the feelings and emotions. Yes, this is why we need to stress this human factor in all of our education with AI, and to understand that AI is just an algorithm at the end. And basically it looks at data. It's not a human which is giving you your answers and your things. Dependence, the smarter the artificial intelligence, the more likely it is to find an unintended solution that could lead to bad consequences. True, that's also in science fiction and everywhere, and it's very true, it can happen. This is why we need to create regulation, guidelines, but more importantly, human trust and human integrity to be able to overcome that and that not to happen. But this is the most difficult thing. Marrying AI use and students learning evaluation. Yeah, I know it's very difficult to assess the students nowadays on what they are happening and what they're doing, and we will speak more about that on Monday. And could lead to unequal learning very correctly, and digital divide is happening, and education is deeply interpersonal. I'm sorry I cannot comment on the Russian versions of it, but I quite like this one. AI is replacing real friends. If you have discussions with AI, yeah, you might consider it AI as a friend. You know that movie with her, which is the AI is becoming the love of the life of the man. So you never know. But this is the big challenge, lack of skills of the teachers on how to handle AI. And this is why we are learning one from each other. We are learning from you, we are learning from us, and we are together in the same boat trying to build up this. So I will just stop from the moment here. If there are some more questions, if not, let me see.
Коллеги, если есть вопросы, пожалуйста, задавайте либо в чате, либо через микрофон. I'm just asking whether they have any questions.
Насчет перерыва будет перерыв?
Да, сейчас будет перерыв 10-15 минут. Вопросы? Мгм. А после перерыва мы еще продолжим. Any questions?
Okay. If not, let's take Laura. It's gosh, what don't know, but let's meet at past. What time it is for you? Okay, so 10 minutes break, and then we'll continue with regulations and guidelines. We are a bit late, but this part is always taking a bit longer. I will go faster over the next period of time and recuperate. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Diana. That was a very huge dose of helpful information. Уважаемые коллеги, встречаемся в 12:30. Можете оставаться в Zoom, и мы через 10 минут возобновим семинар. Всем спасибо. 10 минут перерыв. Уважаемые коллеги, продолжаем наш семинар. Сейчас Диана уже выступит по следующей теме ее семинара. Это институциональные политики, регламент, этика и руководство по применению искусственного интеллекта в высшем образовании. Очень интересная тема. Спасибо, что остались с нами, спасибо, что подключаетесь, новые участники подключаются. Я передаю уже слово нашему спикеру Диане. Diana? We can start now.
Thank you very, very much, Laura, and thank you everybody for all of your presence and for everything. I see that we have lost 40 people, which probably coming back enough. So I hope this is not a bad sign or something like that. I would really like for you to say if you consider that you want something more or something like that. These presentations are spaced on each topic of different ones, and I wanted very much to give you this overview and input and definitions and competencies, because it's something which very few people look at, and I believe that we, especially as educators, we need to understand them to be able to go over to the tools and so on. So I will move now to my second presentation. Okay. Please tell me that you are seeing it correctly, and then
Yes.
Good, perfect. Thank you so much for this. And in this case, let's make again a spotlight. So like this, it's going to be me, all of you who is see. So I'm going to speak about policies and regulations. I will try to squeeze this in 25 minutes, not to take so much time from the rest of the presentations, but we will adapt it to the last one. So we are speaking about regulation. You already have seen this slide that the digital strategy for Europe includes quite a lot of bit about the excellence in AI. And the EU AI Act has been is there a problem or something?
No, please go on.
Okay, sorry, apologies for this. This means that EU is putting a lot of pressure nowadays on the digital education and also on the part of how EU is using it. The Parliament has voted in March 2024 the Artificial Intelligence Act, the famous EU AI Act, which is including a lot of text and a lot of documents. I was part of a unit which was working and analyzing quite a lot of this. Unfortunately, the final version didn't took into consideration a lot of the examples which we gave them and ideas, because they consider nowadays the artificial intelligence part in education and research part of what we call unacceptable risk. So this is considered that AI systems can be considered as threat and will be banned, and especially in this area. So you can see that it's quite clearly where AI cannot be used. Unfortunately, there are the areas where AI is used quite a lot, especially in the area of social media and so on. So it's a very big balance on how AI is going to enforce this and how it's going to be happening. So education is considered in high risk, and the same with research, which means that we will need to have different rules and different levels. What is affecting us? So I'm in charge with the digital tools in my university, and it's becoming a huge problem in the last year for me and for my entire team, is that how we are using AI. Because we already have in our campus, on our virtual campus, chatbots. We have data predictions. We had learning analytics tools, which are part of, let's make it the more weak AI. Then we implemented a generative AI tool which is based on an algorithm which we developed or based on Claude, which is helping students to search for things. So it's a better search engine inside the virtual campus. But we needed to be very transparent on that. So we need to say what content was generated by AI, designing the model to prevent or generating illegal content, which is very difficult to show and to prove. You can say it, but it's very difficult to prove it. And then obviously constantly publish summaries of the data and how we are using this for training. So because as part of this risk level, we are going to have in European Union at least a huge part of all of this, what we call it the Digital Act, which is with the GDPR, which is looking at the personal data and the rights of the use of the personal data, then the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Service Act, which is going to have a lot of regulation changes in European Union. So now we have again a short Menti. I'm curious to see if you know these regulations in national or EU. I've been looking, and Kazakhstan doesn't have a national regulation of the use of AI, or I couldn't find one with searching in English, but I also tried to search with Russian words and in Google, and I couldn't find one in public, only some works and some ideas by the ministry and the government, but not clearly happening. So let's see. Do you know? Nobody, yes, until now. Let's see. I'm still waiting. We only have 3 answers. It can't be like that. So I'm asking again my colleagues from Neo Kazakhstan to have the link of Menti if you can. Will be very, very good. Thank you very much for this.
Sorry, is this question about any AI regulation or it's specific to education?
No, any AI regulation. Because AI regulation and the EU AI Act doesn't look only at education. It looks at general at the society. Education is only a very tiny bit, is affecting us because it's part of what is considered high risk. It's an area of high risk for the use of AI. So, which is correct, but is also making our lives very difficult if we want to be using AI properly and correctly in our universities. We need to be having internal regulations, guidelines, and procedures very strict if we want to respect. Quite a lot of the European universities nowadays, beside of what we have like GDPR officer and GDPR office, which is the protection of the personal and private data, we are going to have AI officers and AI units, which are going to look at how we are looking and what we are doing with AI. And especially in universities, or I speak here about universities because this is the main topic, that the problems are huge at pre-university level, at kids level, at children level, gymnasium education and primary education. There, the use of AI is completely prohibited at this moment. So very few of you have ideas about that. So that's why this presentation is very useful in that respect. I know that I'm asking you to do a lot of things, but I always like to have a bit of interaction. So this is a much more simple question, and I will leave it open. If your institutions have AI regulations or recommendations, and I will leave it to you to answer, and then I will come back. And until then, I will try to share with you something which is looking at where you can find already a lot of information about, not only AI, but a lot of things about digital education, which is the European Digital Education Hub, which is open to everybody. So it's open also for you. And you will have the link here, and I will give it again, the link. So this hub, this squad on artificial intelligence, have been working quite a lot in the last year on how to create information about the support and the competencies for teaching and learning with AI. And this part of teacher competencies and how to support teachers and study cases and so on, it's part of a publication which is public, but if you join the hub, this European Digital Education Hub, which is free for anybody to join, you just need to use an email account, answer a questionnaire, and you can join. And there are a lot of webinars and activities. And in every month, there is another activity and webinar where AI is playing a lot of roles, but it's also a lot about micro-credentials and quality of learning nowadays, about interoperability and development of new tools. So please join the EDEC because that will be very, very good. And they're looking there more or less of the ethics. I will strongly put our emphasis here. And it's looking at the human agencies, how the humans are using it, the fairness and the humanity and the justified choice. And this is quite important, the last bit, because I will stress it very, very much, that you need to teach your students on how to use correctly and justified AI, not to use it just for fun. It's a huge loss of privacy, because everything which you are putting into an AI, it's gone. It's not anymore your ideas or your knowledge. You give it to an algorithm and to some others and to big companies. But it's also a huge impact on the climate changes and so on. So this is why I'm saying this. Then EDEC has released just now in October a sort of explainable AI in education and a set of new policies and recommendations. And they quite have these ideas, and I will point it out only here to these three things. The accountability of using of AI, where you need to have very simple legal guidelines for AI in your university. Then you need to have the standard and to have this explainability score, which is something which nowadays the squad is doing, assessing a lot of tools and giving them scores and explainability, so they are aligned with the educational goals and people know where and how to use them and what is the risk. And each tool to come, or even method to come with red, green, yellow, or something like that, even codes of color, but at least to know if it is a huge risk or low risk of using it AI. And then obviously to build up this AI literacy into education system and to do it with critical engagement. And then designing the human-centered AI and encouraging this collaboration and co-creation, which is very, very important. And then obviously having also the funds for research and development, which are very important on this part of how to use it and how to encourage it. Boskurt, with a lot of other researchers, have created and published very recently, just about several weeks ago, this manifesto for teaching and learning in time of generative AI, where they're looking at the positive part of AI. And I will try to put here more or less one of these, what is important for us is also time saving and efficiency. I'm using it where it can save me time. It's also about personalized learning and personal tutoring, and also where we prepare the students for the future workplace, which especially for us in engineering, but in any topic, I think it's very important. We need to prepare our students for a future where AI is going to be present. And then obviously on how to support the learner autonomy and critical thinking, creating study cases and pedagogical sets where the students learn critically about how to use AI and understand the limitation and the biases of it. And then the negatives of AI, which we already have discussed quite a lot, the biases, the digital divide, the ethics, the academic integrity, then sometimes the misinformation, the loss of human values, which we keep discussing, the impact on higher order skills, the commercialization and concentration of power to some of the companies, because the universities, even top American university, cannot compete in this league. It's the first time in the research history where a lot of things are happening much faster in companies than in the universities because of the huge amount of data and the huge amount of resources which you need to be able to do this. Even if a lot of algorithms are developed in the universities, but not really the testing and the applicability of it. And the impact of on environment and the sustainability of it, which is quite important and so on. Just briefly, one before going, I will go further, is about also the United States have released and has a law on how AI can be used. And it says that it must be safe and secure. Why is important? Why the United States are doing? Because the majority of the companies, which are the big companies with generative AI development, are based on United States. So they are obliged by the United States regulation quite a lot. And the parliament and the Congress is putting a bit of pressure on them. It's not a global approach, which is a big problem. The United Nations is trying to make a global approach. UNESCO is working into that global approach for education, but it's not there. And here you have a letter which was built also by big tech guy, which since then have changed their minds in terms of the use of AI on March 2023 on the pose of the giant AI experiment, an open letter, which was started and supported by some of the people. And it's quite curious to see who were the signatures, the biggest names, which are the signatures of this one, which is even, for example, Elon Musk and others. And then they changed that view, and now they're doing different things and so on. At this moment, based on the AS index from Stanford, there are 120 something laws in the world which are looking and having bits of AI into them. And obviously AI in IEEE is quite big. They are making quite a lot of regulations and using it for the policymakers of how to do it. So I want to see how many of you have answered that you have institutions with AI regulations. So so and so. Some says it's quite the same data, and it's very few people which are answering. I will strongly encourage you to answer the Menti, because it gives us a good perspective and it's helping you to reflect also on these questions. Are not for fun only there. It's asking you questions to help you to understand better and to reflect. So it's not clear, but it's quite clear that very few people have regulations and so on. And this is somehow the standard nowadays. So if we are speaking about the AI regulations in higher education, at this moment, we have 3 or 4 models. So how they've been developed usually is the students who are starting using it. So the university needed to respond. In some other cases, in parallel or just accidental, even before sometimes of the students, there were innovative academics and universities which tried to use it. And then the university had then taken several acts, banning it completely, quite a lot. Italian university were very famous for banning completely the use of AI in their university. Some have been integrating it in your assignment, and some, have already started adjusting their syllabus, their curricula, developing and creating new resources. So at this moment, we have 3 levels of the university actions with regulations in terms of generative AI, which are ignoring, which is, I believe, a big mistake, because it's there and you cannot ignore it. You need to do something. Those which are doing the minimum, more or less, but the necessary, as I call it, the guidelines and the support, and those which are looking a bit more. They are creating clear regulations, they are having guidelines, tutorials, support for students, for teachers. They are creating partnerships, they are doing development on terms of it, some even doing research. I think we all tend to go to this one, and we need to do this through cooperation. And now there is a video, which is only 3 minutes, which explains quite briefly, and it's a video done completely with AI, with Synthesia, a tool, with ChatGPT also, on the regulations of AI. And then we can discuss also the biases based on this. Please tell me that you see it.
Welcome. As AI reshapes
Yes, we
higher
can see.
education, there's a push
And
to
also
modernize
hearing?
assessments, boost student
Yes, we hear
experiences
it.
with AI, and evolve academic roles and expectations. The 2021 AI Ethics Guide from UNESCO underscores the need for educational leaders to tackle AI ethical issues. Recommendations include enhancing AI understanding, innovating teaching, promoting AI research, and prioritizing gender equality and community involvement around AI. Yet, according to a UNESCO survey, a mere 13% of universities have AI policies. What can we learn from these pioneers? Let's start our journey in the USA.
In the USA, the EDUCAUSE AI Landscape Study, released in February 2024, shows colleges and universities embracing AI with a mix of excitement and caution. Key points: most institutions are now creating AI strategies, focusing on preparing students for future jobs and new learning methods. Leaders are cautiously positive about AI, balancing enthusiasm with awareness of challenges to data privacy and academic honesty. The goal is to use AI to improve education while carefully managing its risks. Now over to Europe.
Yes, starting in the UK, the Russell Group highlights 5 critical AI principles in education: AI literacy, ensuring everyone has AI knowledge; staff support, offering tools for AI usage; ethical integration for responsible AI application; academic integrity, upholding AI standards; and collaborative best practices for sharing AI developments. With the AI Act just around the corner, other European universities also underscore the importance of using AI responsibly, focusing on transparency, ethical standards, and AI literacy. From the Nordics to Southern Europe, there's a drive for ethical AI use, blending innovation with ethics and promoting a culture of integrity. Academia is addressing AI challenges, but are we doing enough? Let's hear from an expert.
Thanks for the overview. Universities focus on openness and accountability to build trust. However, inconsistent AI guidelines among institutions highlight the need for standardization. AI literacy is essential but underrepresented in curricula, prompting calls for more inclusive programs. While ethical AI use and bias reduction are topics of discussion, concrete steps are required to address biases. The rapid technological advancement pushes universities to create adaptable policies for data privacy and intellectual property. The global and cultural implications of AI in education are often overlooked, emphasizing the importance of diverse perspectives. Back to you.
Thanks, even more to consider. But what do our students think about the integration of AI into their education? Let's hear from them to understand their concerns.
As a university student in the AI era, I'm keenly aware of its impact on education. It's essential that AI tools are accessible and affordable for all students, especially in underfunded institutions. We can't ignore the importance of maintaining human connections and learning. It's time for universities to step up, ensuring AI enhances our education while safeguarding our rights and data privacy.
Thank you. We hear that students are calling for more inclusive, equitable, and future-ready approaches to AI in education. As universities, it's our responsibility to act. Collaboration is crucial. We must ensure AI serves as a tool for enhancing learning, not creating divides. Universities are actively shaping AI policies that need to be both adaptable and comprehensive, anticipating the advancements of the future. The challenge is big. How will your university shape its AI policy? Are you ready to lead the way? Please share your thoughts in the comments below.
Diana, we cannot hear you. You are muted.
Welcome. As AI reshapes higher
Apologies.
education, there's a push.
Apologies. So I wanted to say this video was created by Jeff Nerwald, a colleague from Uppsala University in Sweden. And he done this with his students from the social sciences group, where they creatively collected the information, also with ChatGPT and so on, and then they fed it in Synthesia and then done this. The biggest biases in terms of video is not the text is very correct, but is also this discussion which is creating it, and also the use of images. All of them, they are very good looking, very young, and even gender balanced and ethnical balanced and so on. So if you teach it correctly and you redo it, is doing it correctly. So that's why I prefer to use this video, and it's somehow very strongly encompassing the message about how important is the regulation. So going directly in some examples which can inspire. In my university back in May 2023, we already created the recommendation, and we changed the student authenticity declaration also for their diploma, thesis, and so on. And for us, the use of AI is not forbidden, but it needs to be based on the ethics authorized and authenticity regulation. So we have a lot of guidance and trainings with academics and also with the students in the final year, and we validated it after that. And these validations clearly state that they can use it to support their writing in ways similar to how the internet search engines, grammar or spell checkers, and online dictionaries and thesaurus are used. So they can use it if it is in that limit. If they use it more than that limit, they need to acknowledge and cite it as they will cite any other resource of information. So they need to be responsible also for their text. So if the text is found not correct, it's their responsibility for it. And also we have training for that, and we discuss in class about the disadvantages and potential risk of using it and how to use them, and these are information which are provided. Other examples, obviously we are a technical university. In chatbots in social sciences by University of Bergen. So it's again not forbidden, but they have a clear responsibility and they are different rules for the use of the sources. Heidelberg University in Germany, they also use it in social sciences, and they can be very helpful in generating ideas, and they are responsible for your results, and they indicate, they need to say where they use it and how they use it. Amsterdam University College is using it hugely also for research writing. So at the very top level of writing skills and so on. And they believe that the students need to practice AI in a responsible manner. And then they need to use it as an assistant. And when we'll do the research part, I will show you examples how different AI tools can be really a very good research assistant. One university which has very good guidelines and very good also tutorials about this is Katholische Universiteit from Leuven from Belgium, KU Leuven, a top university, where they also say it's open the use of AI in education and research and encourages to learn how to use it in a responsible and critical way. And they have different regulations for researchers, for teachers, and for users. And they state very clearly that you need to be transparent. So this culture of transparency needs to be learned and taught in the university. If you don't do it and if you don't, apply it as a policy, students will use it anyway. But each professor needs to do their tiny bit on making the student understand which are the possibilities, but also the dangers of AI in their university. They need to verify it, and they need obviously to be prepared for the biases and not to humanize the AI tools, and to limit and to use it only when it is necessary. Then they also have the transparency for researchers. And as you know probably already as a researcher, or when you publish and you write an article, is that you can use AI, but you need to cite how you use the AI and where, as it will be with any other tool. And you need to do this based with the reference, all the reference styles have now a correct AI citation. UK Parliament, as you also seen in the video, have had from November 2023 quite a lot of impact on education, the Department of Education, and they keep saying about how it's important on limitation for the huge workloads of the educator. One of my dreams is, as the head of department, is that less of my administrative work will be done with an AI tool. If I can train one AI tool to do a lot of the things which I need to do, which I don't like, which I don't consider creative, and there are reports and assessment and evaluation of stuff and a lot of things. And then obviously you need to be using it properly and receiving the assessment. The Russell Group of the universities have a huge examples about how to use it and different platforms and different models of how to use it. And for example, they are the only ones which have published, with the exception of Belgium and Netherlands and Germany, different methods on how to use AI for primary education even. So for language learning, for mathematics learning, and for science learning in primary and gymnasium tools. This is a Padlet which is started by EduCourse, which is a very large association from United States, which is looking at how education is done and research in the United States. And they created this Padlet where each university is publishing their policies and websites. So if you look there are more than 70 or something like that information and data on the use of AI by different universities. So it's very powerful to look at those models. And what they look at is especially that it's used, and everybody is using it, including us, as virtual assistant, personalized learning, in learning analytics, in grading, in translation, in content and syllabus creation, and obviously in some of the cases in the admission process. So now I will leave you to answer to the next question in Menti, is the final one, I think, for today. What is the most important aspect to be part of an AI guidelines for higher education, from your perspective or from the regulations which you know? So I will really appreciate if you can answer to this. Okay, good. And then I will move directly and I will come back to comment on that. So some ethical consideration and some conclusions very briefly is unethical data usage. So this is the biggest problem of AI now, generative AI nowadays, and especially with a huge impact on education and research, is that the models are used on data which is scrapped from the internet without permission or consent. So a lot of human knowledge is used without acknowledgement and without consideration. This is called by law intellectual property theft. So it's stealing from information, knowledge, data, artistic work, and so on, which is used by generative AI to create new models or new structures without giving back to the world. So this is where the balance should be done. And this is where we need to learn, our students and also ourselves, how to use it properly and identify where is an intellectual property breach. It's the lack of informed consent. Quite a lot of individuals are giving up data to AI without understanding what's happening after that with that data, and giving it for free and without any consideration and so on. So This is something which, again, we need to learn and teach them. Plagiarism and cheating, which is, again, the academic integrity and authentic learning, which is our biggest problem and what we want. Students can use it and not acknowledge it. This is the huge problem which we have now. And there, we only can have it if you have regulations. Imagine that you, for example, recognize that a student is not his idea, is there a work created with generative AI. But how that is then impacted and how you change the grade or the assessment, you can do it only if you have regulations in your university. If not, the student is not breaking any law, any regulations. You cannot, fail that student or give him not a passing grade if you don't have a regulation to back up that. It can always be challenged by the student because this is why it's so important to have this regulation. Then it's obviously the erosion of critical skills. If you over-rely on generative AI, like our students, quite a lot of them over-rely on search on web to find answers instead of thinking of these answers, is a big problem. And this is the pitfall on critical thinking and problem-solving ability. So for this, you need to create models on how to use it properly with AI, so the students learn a new way of thinking critically with the support of technology. Superficial learning is one of the biggest problems because if you have you rely only in the answers from the generative AI, this means that you learn only by surface. You don't go in depth. You don't really understand the problem. This is why also the first presentation I try to show to you how to understand AI, how to understand the importance of AI, because it's very important to really go much more in depth on understanding how AI works, to be able to work with AI for your benefit. So my general rules and the major things which I'm saying is don't ban generative AI, but use it responsibly. This is, again, an image created with AI. I think it's Midjourney which is creating it, or DALL-E. I created a while ago, about more than a year ago. First, you need to have policy consideration with clear guidelines for all levels, students, teachers, and researchers. And these are compulsory. If you don't have them, you don't have the method of really applying it in your university. And not only at national level, each university needs to have it included in their regulation. You need to offer training and guidance. It's not enough to create the regulations if you don't give guidance and you don't make training out of it. You need to have technical guidance and supervision for that. You need to create a clear model of having the data security of your students, of your researchers mainly, and of your teachers. It's a lot of knowledge which can be put into the AI and it's lost. It's completely gone to be used by anybody else after that without acknowledgement of who has been the first creator of it. It can be used very good on administrative tasks. This is where I'm using it every day in meetings and so on. And we will show you some examples of that. You need always to evaluate and adapt. The changes are so fast and so quick that you need to do that. And for that, you need to be able to promote the academic integrity. So my basic ideas for this is collaboration, coordination, and consistency. At least at national level, or as for us in the European University Alliance, we all need to have the same types of regulations and understanding to be able to use it properly. And for this, we need to have guidelines, supports, partnership, and then implement a bit more in the development of it. So let me see some of your answers on the most important aspects of AI guidelines. And it's transparency and inclusivity. That's very good. And teacher training and support for the faculty. You need to be competitive as an academic staff. Plagiarism, knowledge, the ethics again, very much. to collect a big amount of data, and you need to be responsible for it, and retrieving AI information for analysis while respecting the attribution, very good. These are all things which need to be part of the AI guideline. The assessment, how to use it correctly, and how to have the ethics, very, very good. Prohibition of AI-generated text usage is very difficult to prohibit something, because you know that your students will still use it. So you need to make it clear that they need to be transparent on how to use it. I don't think completely prohibiting is going to work in the 21st century education, because you need to be completely closing off. You need to be in a cave or something like that, cut off of all the internet use to be able to have that. And then clear instruction of what to avoid to have it in AI and how to do it. And obviously building up these skills for understanding AI and a critical eye and the limitations and the academic integrity. So very, very good point. I will strongly suggest you to reflect a bit more on that. And this is my final question, which is preparing the next presentation from Gabriela, is that how much do you think AI will be used in education, and how much do you think AI will change our human relations? So I'm very curious to see how many of you will answer to this, because these are very important questions to which we are trying to answer in these webinars now. That AI will be used, I think, a lot in education. Is no way of escaping it. It's already there in our universities. In my university, more than 80% of the students have declared that they are using AI in education. Even the students which enter the university, they already use it. I see it every day in the students when they're coming with their laptops and sharing computer things, that they have code, they are checking, they are looking at not ChatGPT, there are a lot of other tools. Sometimes students know more tools than myself on AI, on how to use AI on different methodologies, different methods. And how AI will change our human relations? I think it will change if we allow them to change. But I think already we have a low level of trust on what we are reading in articles as researchers, on what we are finding. We have less trust in what our students are giving us as assignments or essays or work. And so the lack of trust which we have in even political systems or on social media or on the news from the media, it's a big problem for our human relations. And I think it will affect us for a longer term than we are thinking, because the lack of trust which we already have in our students from all your answers, I can see that this is your biggest problem, that the students are cheating. Or sometimes even your colleagues are cheating, or the researchers are cheating, and you don't trust even the scientific articles which you're reading. So this problem is hugely important for us as humans. And it's only up to us to do it much better and to deliver on it. So let's see if we have any questions, Laura.
Yes, we have one question again from Maria Kochberbaeva. She's asking how can we identify that the student has used artificial intelligence in his independent work?
We can discuss this a tiny bit more on Monday, but I will give you 2 or 3 ideas now. One is that the discourse, so the level of text is a bit different. It's much more cold, more precise, and usually use more elevated language. So a more complicated word, if I can say that, than some of the students in some cases. So that's the first hint, the first idea when you think, okay, this is not something, a text or an image, or an image is much more quicker, they can give it out. But even there, you will see it from some of the examples from Gabriela, for example, that you can not really realize about that. Some images you can see immediately, they are created with AI, but some not necessarily. But it's very, so this is one, more elevated discourse, much more sterile, much more precise text, or this is because it's written and given as a result by an algorithm machine. Humans make tiny bits of error. Humans think differently and more creatively, and this is something which you can see immediately. What I obviously, my exams for many years are not written exams. They are oral exams. This is something where the assessment will go, where you need to analyze, critically analyze, and give an answer to something. But even there, sometimes my students come with responses given by AI, even now. And immediately you can see and feel it because you ask it, go deeper. Ask another question about the topic, and then they will not know the answer. It's much more superficial, the answer. It's much more general, the answer and the text. Very, very rarely is very precise and very in-depth answer in an assessment. I tested with some historical students, students from history, and the answer is that. And there are a lot of literature about it. So these are the first things where you can identify, and which immediately you can see it when it's very obvious. The other bit is that if you take that text and put it in a large language model, it will identify it immediately at this moment. So that's one of the things which can still happen if the text is very general. But no, we will discuss this in the research. At this moment, no plagiarism detector can detect automatically 100% that the text is written with AI. So not even the plagiarism detector can do it.
Yeah, I have a question.
Please.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Two questions, maybe they are kind of related. The first one is, in cases where you tend to know your students uses AI to carry out tasks, you actually know, but you are unaware of the guidelines or the laws prohibiting such. How do you react towards such students? Because you know the output from the student is always AI, but you can't actually penalize the student because there are no laws governing, you are not aware of the laws governing the AI policy. And the second is, AI still uses our everyday language. And even when you try to use AI detectors, writing some articles now, from my experience, I've written articles before and I realized that try to use AI detector, and it's said about 70% or 50% was AI generated. And I wrote these things down myself. How do we manage these two things? I don't even understand my questions. They're two different questions.
You are very right with especially the first question. If this is why I said that it's so important to have regulations, because if a student uses AI to produce something which you recognize it's AI, sometimes even he recognizes it's based on AI, but you have no regulations, neither national or law in the university, to prohibit or to make it specific how they can use it, legally, you can't do nothing. That's the problem. This is why it's so important to have regulations, because they can always challenge and say, if you don't say that, it's forbidden. Everything by law, everywhere, something which is not forbidden, it is allowed. So this is why it's so important, and I'm stressing this very much, that if you don't have regulations and guidelines, you need to have it. If not, that's it. You need to accept it, and then, I don't know, you can go deeper, ask the students more questions, ask him to do something else, and then obviously test their real knowledge and not the knowledge provided with AI. So there are no other choices here. The second question, why quite a lot of the articles are written now with AI, that's true. I'm an editor to journals, and it's our biggest issue at this moment. And this is why the plagiarism auto detection is not detecting automatically the text. And I will show you examples of that where we test it with Turnitin, for example, and it's not recognizing that only partially. It says 30% that the text was created with AI when it was all the text was created with AI. So it's a failure from the plagiarism auto detection. But the editors is realizing this. And this is why we still rely, especially on research, on human reading and looking at it. And a lot of the journals and conferences and publications nowadays ask for the original data. So you need to give a lot of more information and a lot of data, especially for some journals like in health or in social or even in engineering field and so on. I need to say that at this moment, we teach students on how to use AI for code development, because we consider this a very important skill which the future worker will need to have, because it can automatize and make it much faster quite a lot of code development. So there are areas where we encourage the use of AI for our students, but they need to know how to use it and they need to use it responsibly. And obviously to acknowledge when they use it. And it's a second level, and I will explain it probably in some of the examples, especially for computer scientists, like how you can do it and still develop the skills for the students to know that piece of software and programming. But they don't need to remember everything out of their mind now. I hope I answered to your question.
Thank you, Diane. We have a comment, another question, a comment going back to your question whether Kazakhstan has any regulation or policy regarding the application of the AI. So there is a comment from Janali Daribayev. There is a development concept of the artificial intelligence for 2024-2029, which was approved by the decree of the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan in 2024. Okay. So no more questions, no more comments.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I will give the floor now to my colleague.
May I ask you a question?
So, one more question.
Yes. How to use Scopus artificial intelligence? Do you know?
I will give you some examples on Monday. So let's keep this for Monday. Not to jump ahead, because it's not such a simple, I cannot answer yes or no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. Уважаемый участник, у нас в конце семинара еще будет вопрос сессии ответов, Q&A session at the end of the day. So let's keep our other questions to this session. Следующим спикером у нас является доктор Габриэла Гросак. Она ассоциированный профессор кафедры психологии, и тема ее выступления — инструменты и модели для обучения и преподавания. Gabriela, are you here?
Yes, I am. I will now share the presentation. Let's see if I can make it. Okay, so can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Just a moment to put this here. Hello, everyone. So my presentation focuses on exploring the tools and models for learning and teaching. So it's more a practical approach of how to use pedagogy and some strategies that we as educators can use to enhance the teaching and learning. But of course, addressing the challenges, ethical considerations associated with AI, and we just heard Diana talk about that. So my name is Gabriela Grosek. I'm associate professor in the same town as Diana. And everything I will present today comes from my experience as an educator in digital media, digital pedagogy. I work with students from psychology and educational sciences, both undergraduate and master's levels. So the materials and example that I will share with you reflect my activities and my approaches. I acknowledge that there is always room for improvements, for adaptation, for refinement. So let's look at this presentation more like a starting point for reflection than a guide. I also hope to have succeeded in giving credit to everyone who has helped me build these presentations because I specifically focused on materials under Creative Commons licenses. However, if you notice that I have missed something, please do not hesitate to let me know. I also am part of an European alliances, my university. It's the UNITA, Universitas Montium, with 12 other universities from Europe, and our specific goal is based on speaking Romance languages, because we are operating in a geographical, cultural, and socio-economic border ecosystem based on that. So without other further info about my universities, I could have started with the presentations, like Diana said before, not created by me, but any other AI app. So what you see on the screen is created with Gamma in 50 seconds. And I generated this presentation about the topic of this workshop. Personally, I enjoy making slides, and it usually takes me some days to plan and design them. But there is a question here. Do we still need to create everything from scratch? Especially when we are in a hurry or do not have inspirations. And tools like this that you see on the screen raise this important question. Is it ethical? And then I'll talk about that. Does it align with academic integrity? We already heard about that. AI can enhance creativity and efficiency, but it also challenges our traditional views on effort and originality. So my question is, and I hope you also reflect on that, how should we adapt our expectation in this new era of education? And I also want to start with a disclaimer. So I edit just now, written by human, not by AI. Because I would like to make this disclaimer that this presentation was not written by any robot. So just please remember this slide, because we'll come back to it later, especially on Monday, when we will talk about digital assessment. And I also want to summarize what Diana said before. Where are we? Are universities providing sufficient education about AI? Do all students have equal opportunities in accessing AI? Is AI more capable than we imagine? And how should we redesign our assessment? And that will be a very, very good starting point for us on Monday. Because students, as Diana said, will use AI anyway. So the focus, I think, it shifts from if students use AI in assessment to how they use it. And it's up to us. And how do we manage our workload? How do we learn and think in an AI-dominated world? And most of all, where do we start? And it's clear that the education system must adapt quickly, must adapt responsibly, and leveraging AI to empower both educators and students while preparing them for the challenges and opportunities that Diana mentioned before. And you see at the bottom of the screen some reports that you can just browse and see that now we are here at the end of 2024 having more questions than answers. So actually, what you see on the screen are results from another survey conducted by the Digital Education Councils. Our university is a member, and it highlights the current reality that AI is already deeply embedded in students' educational processes. 86% of students using AI tools is the same percent in my university who already surveyed our students. And this data actually prompts us to reflect on the ethical implication of this shift. So the key takeaway, because I don't want to just say what Diana said before, the core message is the need to transition from debating if AI should be used to focusing on how it can be integrated, responsible, and ethically. And I think our role as educators is to rethink learning design and ensure that we guide students towards using AI in ways that are fair, ethical, and purposeful, and to actually switch from dilemmas to solutions, because we no longer ask if, but how. Eventually, it's this question, how to invite an elephant to dinner. Because by now, we all know that Gen AI is the elephant in the room, the pink one. And we recognize its presence and yet sometimes ignore or hesitate to address it. And we see that we need regulations for that. So it's both a challenge and an opportunity that we can no longer overlook in education. So these questions, how do we invite this elephant to dinner? It's more about how do we forcefully and effectively integrate Gen AI into teaching, learning, and research. What tools and strategies can enhance the student experience? How do we balance its benefits and with ethical consideration? And how can we ensure academic integrity while embracing all these technologies? So this is critical conversation as we navigate this new era. And Diana has already introduced these ideas now. So let's look some of them closely from a pedagogical perspective. Currently, I think we have at least two approaches. One is centered on teachers and focused on efficiency. And Diana mentioned about automatization. And the other one, and we'll talk about in a minute, it's centered on students and it's focused on effectiveness. And it's about augmenting the individuals. So the main idea is that AI can either contribute to automatic educational processes or enhancing individual learning, but it must be used thoughtfully to avoid compromising pedagogical quality. Because automatic information helps teachers save time in preparing materials, assessments, provide quick, accurate feedback. I don't know, you can see a list on the screen. And I acknowledge, while efficiency is important, we must not lose sight of the need to maintain the depth and complexity of pedagogy. And what you see on the slides are activities you already know, or recognize, or perhaps are even accustomed to. But that's exactly the point of automations. I don't know, or perhaps it's more than that. It's about rethinking how we approach these familiar tasks with AI, not just to make them faster, but to consider how they reshape teaching and learning at their core. And on the right, you have examples of inspiration for how to engage in dialogue with AI, tools, resources from prompt libraries that can guide and enhance your interactions and helping you explore new ways to approach teaching and learning. So that's why when you receive our slides, we kindly ask you to access these resources, and some of them are listed directly on the slides, and some of them are on the slides notes. Now, just looking at the students, the use of AI to augment learning, I think provides students with personalized support and access to learning resources tailored to their individual needs. And I think my internet connection is unstable, so I hope you can hear me. So efficiency here should not come at the expense of too. So the best use of AI in education strikes a balance between automation and active learning support. And what you see on the right, it's a prompt from Ethan Mollick, I think, that basically help you to use ChatGPT as a digital tutor and to help students learn how to use it properly. So the question is how we transform pedagogy. How should we adapt? How should we rethink, transform our evaluation, standards, teaching methods, understanding of creativity, originality in this new era. So we know AI is reshaping education, but what does it truly mean for us? Because if we are looking at statistics, and we see plenty of them until now, this statistic come from this December, paint a vivid picture of this era that we are living in. So if we our teaching strategies, and if we must focus on truly matters, I think it's skills and content, which is relevant to a world which is dominated by AI. So AI provides a unique opportunity, says the Office of Educational Technology from United States, to make learning personalized, engaging, and efficient. So I think we have to look deeper on this. But as Diana mentioned, we must address challenges like plagiarism, reduce human interaction, environmental biases, data privacy, all of this to ensure this balance and effective integration of AI into education. So should we care? Well, I think yes, because GenAI can, we saw, automate grading, personalized learning, provide targeted resources, enhance accessibility, and so on. And by reducing time spent on this repetitive administrative task, GenAI, I think, give us more time for ourselves, for our families, other meaningful activities, and it's freeing us from feeling overwhelmed and allowing us to focus on what truly matters as educators, teaching, learning, and grow. And why these are important for teaching with AI? Because we have to, and we'll look to some examples, we have to have in mind the pedagogical approach, some structured representation of how specific teaching methods and activities are organized, and of course, a pedagogy, a strategy that we can use. So it's about why, how, and what. It's about purpose, the pedagogical approach that clarifies why AI is being used, I don't know, fostering creativity, improving critical thinking. It's about how, it's about the structure. So how AI is integrated into teaching, how provides an organized framework that ensures alignment with our learning objectives. And it's about what? It's about the tools. What specific tools are used to engage students and enabled us as educators to make AI more practical, effective, and relevant. So this alignment of why, how, and what ensures that AI is used effectively and enhance both the teaching process and the students' learning experience. And I'm not sure how to do with the Menti. Maybe Diana, you can help me, because before to look at some examples how students use AI and what we should teach, I would like to take a close look at this image and to give an answer. So I'm not sure how to proceed. Maybe you can help me.
We can use the same link, actually. Коллеги, можете использовать ту же ссылку на Menti, и там уже есть этот вопрос. We can see the question through the same link that Diana used.
Okay. Okay, but I cannot see the results. So, maybe later. But if you are already reply, what do you think about this image? Is it real or AI generated? I think most of us reply with yes, it's an AI generated representation, and it's mimic an Egyptian fresco. But
Gabriela?
Yeah.
Now we have about 20 answers. If you stop the share, I can share the results if you want to speak with them.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so these are the results.
Okay, so 11, most of you. Reply, it's real. It's AI generated, I'm not sure. It could be a mix of both. So, well, the image is indeed AI generated, so it's not real, but all the participants that answer yes, it's real, or I'm not sure, are also correct in the reasoning. And do you know why? Because this image intentionally incorporates features and patterns that leading to plausible confusion. So this question basically highlights how generative AI tools can effectively recreate styles that closely resemble historical artifacts. So this is a simple exercise and a powerful way to explore how AI can manipulate perceptions and test our ability to critically evaluate visual content. And I will back to the presentations. So, well, does anyone want to guess what was the prompt used for this image? Yeah. Well, this is the prompt. An ancient Egyptian painting depicting an argument over whose turn is to take out the trash. Well, I'm using this kind of exercise with my students, although it's very simple, as a powerful introduction to Gen AI, because it demonstrates how text prompt can be transformed into visual output. So my goal here is not to overwhelm students from the beginning with complex tasks, but to take small steps that build foundation skills. And starting with exercises like this, I think helps students understand what AI can do, how it interprets inputs, why do we have an output, and what to expect from it. So fostering actually critical thinking and responsible use, it's the core message here. So as a key takeaway, I'm using a scaffolded learning pedagogical approach as a model of constructivist learning, as a strategy incremental skill development. And as a tools, I use Stable Diffusion and Adobe Firefly, and one of my students suggests Arbitrator. But I highly recommend Adobe Firefly, not because it's, I don't know, from Adobe, but it's an ethical choice for image generation. Firefly uses its stock image gallery and public domain materials to train its model. And I think that's important, as Diana mentioned before. Another example is I teach a subject, it's called Digital Storytelling in Psychology. It's how to storytell through transformation using images. So I usually use images as part of a storytelling exercise and divide students into groups and then ask them to create a narrative that explains transformation in the image, for example, to know personal journey, technological evolution, and so on. And then I highlight how AI tools can help in visual storytelling and make abstract concepts tangible. Basically, I'm looking at the visual literacy development as pedagogy because it encourages students to interpret and create meaning from images, in the meanwhile fostering critical thinking and creativity. And I use as a tools DALL-E, Runway, ML, and Midjourney. I think image in itself is a versatile resource for encouraging reflection and sparking discussions and connecting AI's potential to educational and creative practices. Another example is that I'm looking at AI image bias, and I try to explain to students what does the AI see, and then I talked about biases. I believe many of you are familiar with this "what do you see, a duck or a rabbit" experiment from psychology. I like to give it to students because it's a great example of how our perception shifts when viewing the images side by side. For example, at the bottom, what do you see, two ducks or two rabbits? Or a duck looks at a rabbit, I don't know. And I think it's a great example of how machines interpret images and why they sometimes deliver inaccurate results. And let me explain. I'm using a tool. It's called the Google Cloud Vision. and it provides an interesting way to analyze and interpret images. So by using this tool, you can upload images to discover which elements and concepts the AI recognizes, as you can see on the right. So, for example, there is a Google experiment, the duck or the rabbit, and Google Cloud Vision misinterpreted the images as you see on the screen. 90% bird, 80% waterfall, and 73% duck. And interestingly, the rabbit was 100% absent from the AI's interpretations. And I tell the students that this simple experiment underscores the potential biases and limitations in how AI processes visual data. And we have to acknowledge that and be there. Another exercise that I'm doing with the students is based on a tool from Hugging Face, average diffusion faces. What AI thinks professor looks like based on their department. And I'm introducing this to the students as a creative exploration of AI-generated imagery in the academic context. And these tools from Hugging Face company is free, and it's designed to just create AI-generated faces, and you just deliver some inputs and you choose some professions. You should play with it. It's very nice. Moreover, it's a tool that highlights how AI interprets and synthesizes human features. You can see the bias here. And starting from here, I ask students to explore some text, as you can see on the right, and also a tool like ChatPDF to talk with the files, because, for example, your fake text, can you spot it, is a challenge to distinguish between human written and generated text. And these are practical applications for using AI-based tool like this to engage with inclusive language to inclusive and accessibility. So an example is to teach ethical thinking in the context of AI, as Anna mentioned. It doesn't matter what you teach, because I think it's essential for preparing students to use this powerful technology responsibly. So while AI tools provide quick access to information and solutions, this convenience can lead to over-reliance and, as Diana mentioned before, lack of critical thinking. And I think as educators, our responsibility is to guide students in evaluating AI-generated outputs critically and to recognize bias, to understanding the ethical implementation of its use. So my personal believing is that rather than discouraging AI, the use of AI, you should teach students how to use it thoughtfully and responsibly. And this is an example that I do it with my students. And I always tell to my colleagues, start with small practical steps. That's the key. For example, students can analyze AI-generated content for accuracy or bias using a meme like this one. So teaching the appropriate uses of AI, such as, I don't know, brainstorming, summarizing, or even writing essays, alongside its limitations in areas like original analysis, I think ensure students develop a balanced perspective. And these are the tools that I'm using. And we saw a brilliant video with Synthesia that Diana just showed us. So to be more clear, let me give you an example. In practical fields like chemistry, for example, which is not philosophy or pedagogy, students could use AI to predict chemical reactions or suggest solutions, and followed this with a critical evaluation of the feasibility, risk, ethical implication, and so on. So these teaching models, I think it's combined critical thinking development, reflective inquiry, and constructivist learning, empower students to actively engage with the teaching material. And I also trying to talk to my colleagues, you should use real-world applications. And this is important for the students' future career. So is technology itself the problem? Another examples that you see is based on game-based learnings. The students like to play games, also using gamification on that. But what you can see on the slide, it's actually a tool, a game from the TED platform. It's the pairing test. I'm following to develop some key skills like AI logic, understand how AI thinks and processes inputs. For example, crafting effective instruction for AI. I think it's a key skill. Exploring how AI transforms abstract concepts into visual outputs. And critical thinking, of course, how to reflect on AI outputs to evaluate the accuracy, creativity, biases, and so on. So this approach leverage game-based learning, and you should look into your specific disciplines, what games are, to make AI concepts intuitive and engaging while encouraging deeper reflection on its functionality and ethical implications. And another examples, and that works very well with sociology, anthropology, history, and philosophy students, is the machine bias. Machine bias is a software, it's actually a software that highlights criminal risk assessment. It showcases how AI tools meant to assist in fair decision making, and how the systematic biases can be perpetrated. So I'm using this all together with the Google What If tool or OpenAI Playground to address this in teaching. And I apply critical pedagogy, problem-based learning, and ethical inquiry. Because I think on cases like this, students are encouraged to critically evaluate ethical and societal implications of biased algorithm. So the goal here is to guide students in identifying bias, which is the criminal, and to propose solutions. So this teaches them not only to engage critically with AI, but also to understand the broader societal context in which these tools operate. Recently, I was in the kitchen and cooked, in fact, 1 week ago. I came across an article about how black plastic kitchen utensils could supposedly poison us. And actually, it's based on a scientific paper written by Liu and his colleagues in Chemosphere, but has some errors. And the researcher from McGill University from Canada debunked these claims by identifying a mathematical error in the paper. To our questions, could an advanced AI model like the ChatGPT-01 to detect such errors in scientific literature? This is a question that Ethan Mollick put on his Substack newsletter. Because this model, 01, is able to identify the mistakes and overlooked very rapidly by both the authors and peer reviewers, and somehow showcase AI's potential to enhance research accuracy. And I think this capability has sparked initiatives to systematically test AI models for identifying errors. And it could drive discussions on how AI can transform academic review processes and improve the reliability of research. And I think on Monday, Diana will talk about this. But my advice is to keep an eye on what's happening in the real world and bring cases like this, Black Spectra, into the classroom, into your courses, because it connects global developments to your teaching and it prepares students for real life challenges. And I'll just briefly recommend some tools that I'm working with my students. The Google AI Studio and all the Google Labs experiment and Google Learning platform, which is not available in Europe. Well, actually, through a VPN, it can be. So we have AI voice models for a few months, but last week we saw some introductions of a new capability, the vision. Both ChatGPT and Gemini can now see a live video and interact with voice simultaneously. For example, anyone can share a live screen with Gemini's new small model, the Gemini 2.0 Flash Experimental. And what actually Google AI Studio allows users to experiment with and visualize machine learning models. And it's brilliant because it offers tools for creating, analyzing, deploying AI models, and a lot of things. And how can you integrate it into teaching? Well, as a hands-on learning, for example, you can use AI Studio for activities like analyzing data sets or generating visuals from prompts or testing machine learning models or helping students understanding AI concepts in practice. For problem solving too, for example, students apply these AI tools to solve real world challenges. And I'm actually looking to anticipatory pedagogy to encourage students to think critically about future possibilities, to foster adaptability, innovation, and most of all, ethical awareness. Because activity like this helps students anticipate changes in their field. And we all know to equip them to navigate and shape, because the future is very uncertain. Another tool that I really love to try, but it's not available in Europe yet. In Kazakhstan, I checked it's Sora. Sora from OpenAI is an advanced video generation model that transforms text, images, and videos into new high-quality video content. And it enables users to create videos in various formats and generate content from textual descriptions, enhance or remix existing media. So you can integrate Sora, for example, into teaching for creative assignments, and for projects that require visual storytelling, for example, or to visualize some concepts, abstract concepts, and of course to develop some media literacy, because incorporating Sora into our activities, we can provide students with hands-on experience in AI-driven content creations. I highly recommend to try it, for example, if you have students from digital media education. And this is my favorite tool so far. It comes from Google. It's a Google Notebook LM. And I actually teach students how to use it as a personal tutor, because this transforms learning by enabling students and teachers to upload credible course materials, your course materials. And what you can see on the screen is I have tried to create a digital companion for students based on one of my syllabus to provide the students with accessible and structured resources that help bridge the gap between course objective and real-world applications. It's a multimodal communications that Google offers. And this notebook allows you to upload up to 50 files, including videos, websites, in any format, PDF, Word, etc. It's summarized. Actually, you have a chat, you have Gemini to talk on these sources, these uploaded sources. And what's particularly exciting is the ability to generate podcasts from this content. And I'm not sure if it is working, but I generate a podcast for, let's see, no, it doesn't work. No, sorry about. So the podcast is like a conversation between two people, and this is absolutely brilliant. And what I really liked about Google Notebook, it's because the sources that you uploaded are credible and are created by you. So the output generated by the tool is reliable and it's aligned with the course objectives. So this ensures students are not only learning from trusted content, because the trust is the issue, but are also exposed to high quality materials. And these materials are tailored to their educational needs because you pick these materials. So it's a step toward making learning more inclusive, more flexible, and it's grounded in credibility. I'm not sure what you can't do with this tool. I think imagination is the only limit. So just try this tool, this platform, I'm not sure software, how to call it, because it's not only a tool for information, but it's a means to develop higher order thinking skills. And that's our goal, to prepare students for independent research and collaborative problem solving. Yeah. And I also tried with actually 2 years ago, this tool, PimEyes. It's a facial recognition search engine that allows users to upload a photo and find publicly available images of the same face across the internet. Well, I upload my face knowing that I just gave up my rights. But it's raised some practical application and significant privacy concerns. I create a digital identity hunt where students use tools like PimEyes with fake faces using generated photos site. And the goal is to explore the concepts of digital footprints and must reflect on how their images or similar ones appear online and discussing implications for privacy and ethics. And there are some images and some events that I forgot that I attended, and PimEyes just told me about that. And as a strategy, I go further and use ethical inquiry and debate, because I like to use ethical dilemmas to engage students in collaborative discussions and reflective questioning. And I think this will help them critically evaluate the implication of such technology. One of the tools that I highly recommend is come from Stanford, I think. It's the Parlay Ideas. It's like Kialo Edo, if you're familiar with this debate platform. So this Parlay Ideas is an educational platform designed to foster meaningful discussions and critical thinking in classroom. It provides tools like, I don't know, roundtable discussions where students can share, build on, challenge ideas, but all its structures, and it's an inclusive digital environment. So these platforms include features to encourage engagement, track participations, provide feedback. So you should try it because it's very simple. You just enter the topic and just establish the level, higher education, and so on. So basically, Parlay Ideas is a platform for debating, and we are addressing here the pedagogy of discomfort. For example, how should we reconcile the benefits of AI with its environmental cost and ethical dilemmas, because the sustainability is an issue here. And another tool that I highly recommend, it's Napkin. Napkin, it's awesome because we like to do slides, but sometimes we don't have the right templates, or we don't have time. So imagine struggling to explain a complex concepts to your students. Now, imagine effortlessly transforming that explanation into a captivating visual the students instantly understand. So that's the power of Napkin AI. This is an innovative tool. It's a visual tool that basically takes your text from, I don't know, a lesson plan, key points, and it offers an infographic, a flow chart. And whether you're creating a classroom presentation or developing hands-out or designing interactive activities, Napkin can help you visualize complex topics just by selecting the text. And I think it's a design assistant, brilliant design assistant. So if you're ready to see the difference, just go and just type in a blank Napkin and bring your lessons to life just based on a simple text. And because I came from psychology department and I have a lot of neurodivergent students, I also use a platform that it's called Coupling Tools. It's a free digital platform. It has also premium mobile options that uses as AI to help neurodivergent individuals with daily activities. It has some main tools, Magic To Do, formalizers, and jars. For example, Magic To Do breaks down complex text into small text, as you can see on the screen. Formalizer, for example, adapts text to different tones, professional, I don't know, happy, and so on. Judge analyzes message tone. The estimator calculates time needed for activities, and this is brilliant when you have also projects with a deadline. Compiler transform notes into concrete actions, and Chef, it's just for entertainment. It's provide personalized recipe suggestions based on your culinary preferences. So this platform is specifically designed for people with ADHD, autism, OECD, and actually offer practical tools for daily challenges, and the students will love it. Okay, so we have tools, we have a large palette of tools. So what you see on the screen is the an AI pedagogy wheel, which combines Bloom's taxonomy with the summer model, substitution, augmentation, modification, redefinition. And this will illustrate how AI tools can be integrated into teaching and learning process. And Bloom's taxonomy categorizes cognitive skills from basic recall to advanced creations, while the summary models offers a framework for the levels of technology integration from substitutions to redefinitions. So the wheel from the screen actually maps various AI tools onto these frameworks and showcase potential uses in different educational contexts, from, for example, remembering and understanding to creating and evaluating. However, it also highlights a growing challenge, the overwhelming number of tools available. And this can link to choice paralysis and to teacher AI anxiety. Choice paralysis is that we, with so many options available, we as teachers may sometimes feel overwhelmed and unsure of which to choose. And this can lead to wasted time and effort trying out different tools or even avoiding the use of technology altogether. And the AI anxiety, well, the rise of this AI fast-forward pace, especially in education, can create an anxiety because some of us may worry that AI will replace us, or I don't know, we are not able to keep up with the latest advancement and so on. And by understanding and categorizing these tools, we as educators can better navigate this landscape of AI in education, and we actually can select the appropriate tools to enhance student engagement and learning outcomes. And I think we should take some time to just look in depth what this AI pedagogy will offer. So, okay, what can we do in order not to feel so overwhelmed? As I said before, it's important to start with small steps and play with some tools before introducing them to students, because they have to understand the tools they are interacting with. And this is particularly relevant for those from non-STEM or non-computer science fields, which are very digital competent. So, sorry? Okay, so to take the first step, here are some simple, quick access tools that I'm using with my students. Showcase the creative potential of AI while also raising ethical consideration. For example, Scribble Diffusion is a simple draw generator. No account needed, just scribble an idea, write a prompt, and see what happens. Skybox Lab, that's create high quality VR worlds, and you can see on the right, I tried to play with it and say the pavement to be in pink. So you can even sketch outlines to guide the creation process. Canva, which I think doesn't need the presentations. And my favorite one, it's Quick Draw from Google. This is a fun interactive game. So draw a picture in under 20 seconds and see if the network can guess what it is. So tools like this, I think, provide an accessible starting point for exploring the creative capabilities of AI. So shall I recommend some AI tools? I don't know. I put a question mark on the title. Why? Why the question mark? Because I think creating a universal list of recommended AI tools is a very challenging task. Different disciplines and specializations have unique needs. Tools that work well in one context may not be suitable for another. Some tools require subscription, institutional access, advanced competencies to use effectively. Other tools demand, I don't know, significant time investment to learn, to implement. So the tools I presented here is just a minimal selection of those we at West University of Timișoara have successfully used with our students. And these are not definitive recommendations, but rather examples of what has worked in our specific context. So as you consider exploring AI tools, here are some critical questions that process. Who can support me in trying these tools? Is it accessible in my country? For instance, SOAR is not available in Romania. Is it safe and ethical to use with learners? So always evaluate whether the tool aligns with ethical practices in education and with your regulation. Is it secure? Do we know to evaluate its usefulness and accuracy? Does it enhance learning and outcomes, and so on? So that's why I personally hesitate to recommend too many tools, as I haven't yet had the opportunity to test many of them in my activities with students. And it's just a taster. There are better experts than me. So these questions are just starting points. As educators, I think our role is to critically assess those tools that someone just tried before and adapt to our context and ensure they align with our pedagogical goals and ethical standards. So given the vast number of tools available and the constant emergence of new ones, we have included at the end of this presentation a list of repositories created specifically for educators, and most of which are maintained by educators themselves. But also it's important to understand what Gen AI and AI is not. So it's not a search engine, because while AI can be used within search engines to improve results, AI itself isn't just about retrieving existing information. AI is about processing information, learning from it, and potentially generating new outputs, I don't know, code, for example. It's not a truth machine. AI models are trained on data, and that data can contain biases or inaccuracies, and Diana talked about that. And it's not an oracle. An oracle is a source of infallible wisdom or prophecy, and AI doesn't have inherent wisdom or foresight. So it is a support tool, not a supreme source of wisdom. And it's not a replacement for our reason. And that's our student must understand. So at this model, how can we approach AI integrations? There are some essential questions educators must ask, as I mentioned before, when integrating AI into teaching and learning, but drawing this inspiration from Punya Mishra's paper, to look at identify learning needs, to address needs currently with AI, to select the right AI tool, to reflections and iteration. In essence, I think these questions serve as a call to action for us to thoughtfully integrate AI in ways that are meaningful, supportive, aligned with students' learning goal and psychological needs. And I also share my screen because I'm on almost at the final. Stop the screen, sorry. Diana, can you help me with this Menti? Or someone from the Kazakhstan team?
It's working, and I'll share it now.
So on a scale from 1, full teacher control, to 5, full automation, what level of automation are you most comfortable with when using technology in education? So let's see. Until now, so we are actually at the middle. So we are not so open to high level of automation. Okay, we'll leave it in the middle, so a moderate approach. Thank you very much. And now I will start. Okay, and try to be back. Okay, so why I ask these questions? Because I think until the end, and hope many of you will respond to the question. This aligns with not so recent study from 2 years ago of Molinar, which emphasizes that the integration of technology in education needs to be flexible and tailored to the context and the needs of each teacher. So as you can see on the screen, that figure illustrates the gradual transitions in education from full teacher control to complete automation, and highlights the varying roles of teachers and technology. So I think it's important to remember that not all automation scenarios are suitable for every educational context. So teachers need to be aware of the advantages and limitations of each level to use technology responsible and effectively. So the 6 levels here of automations that range from full teacher control to complete technological automations, I think it's emphasized and summarized the importance of these hybrid human AI systems in augmenting educational process. And starting from here, there is also questions: what would be the role of ours as teachers in this era? So regardless of the level of automation we choose, I think one thing will remain constant. Technology, at least not now, does not replace teachers. It just redefines our role. So what will be the role of teachers? Learning facilitator, a curator, mentor, a creative promoter, something else? I think it's up to us, because teacher roles remains essential and complex. So these are a few of the roles that we can have in this new era, new beginning. And I think the role will depend on the educational context, the subject that we taught, the levels of our students, and of course, so many other factors. So I think, as Diana mentioned before, we have to take the control of our teaching by upskilling, skillings, and teacher training. How do we do that? These are some steps now. So while it's easy to feel overwhelmed by the challenges and concerns around integrating Gen AI into education, I think we can instead focus on proactive steps we can take to adapt and grow. And you see on the screen some key areas where we can upskill and reskill. So moving from traditional pedagogy to pedagogy, as Donald Clark stated. That's a framework that brings AI as an active partner in personalized and adaptive learning experiences. Donald Clark so well, this is not just about using technology to find knowledge, it's about co-creating, synthesizing, evaluating in real time. And additionally, as we saw before, developing AI literacy, including skills like prompt engineering, allow us to navigate this new more effectively, efficiently. We are not passive consumers knowledge, we are co-creators. We are designing dynamic learning, and that environment will be the help of AI. So what can we do? We'll talk about rethinking our assessment task and how should we change our pedagogical practices. I suggest to start using open educational resource in teaching and apply open educational practices. And also to, as we saw before, to redesign our academic integrity syllabus policies. And we have a lot of suitable approaches here. For example, Oregon University suggests flagging assignments that allow AI use with special icons, or just Leon Fortze says, teaching students about critical AI literacy and AI ethics concepts before your subjects start. So we have the possibility to access many resources, and we have lots of things to just click. I suggest only two, for example, the platform Raise from MIT and Crab from Stanford, and also just look at the guides that Harvard developed. These are the repositories that I mentioned before. there's A for that. It's a mega repository of AI tools, and I found out that it was prepared by a Romanian computer scientist. But these are, most of them, built by teachers and are suitable for educational activities. So I want to thank you for your attention for now. And I don't know if I pronounce correct. Spasibo za vнимание. My Russian is a little bit rusty. And I want to just reflect on this Lewis Carroll quote. It's the Red Queen effect. It's a metaphor for the need to run faster, just to say, in the same place. Thank you very much. Some questions.
Thanks very much, Gabriela, for providing us with examples of practical application of the AI in teaching and for all those useful resources. We have one question from the chat box. That's from Ksenia Sabayeva. She's asking about the deep fakes. How is the issue with the deep fakes solved? Because it has become a global issue.
Well, yes, it is. I also have a seminar with my students about how to identify deepfakes, and there are some tools. If I'm not, I will provide the link to those tools that identify deepfakes. But until now, there is no tool that accurately identify 100% the deepfake. There are some initiatives, I think, from Oregon University, that will put some watermark, like filigrans, at the beginning, like metadata, into the videos, and they will advertise for the AI tools or other tools that this is a deepfake. But I think that the important thing is to educate the students and ourselves what is a deepfake. What is misinformation? What is disinformation? How we can combat? Without education on these topics, we cannot identify correctly what a deepfake is. So I think the education is the key.
Thank you. There are no any other questions, only words of thanks to you and to Diana for the helpful presentations. Okay, then we move forward with Diana now. The presentation is on AI technologies for education in cooperation with AI. Diana?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gabriela. Very good. You see, we do very well together. I come from Gabriela is very practical oriented, and I like that quite a lot. And she has different perspective because she teaches teachers, future teachers a lot. I teach only future engineers, so my perspective is a tiny bit different. I also obviously do training for professors, but it's a bit different. So that's why I consider that you had a very valuable presentation. So I will briefly go over some of the things because some of them have been already presented. I don't know how much time we will still have for the exercises and so on. I still have a mirror exercise, which is already open for you. So you can put that for everybody. So I just want to go back to that metaphor, which you've seen how important it is about the co-creation to control and to benefit from the use of generative AI in education. And you all need all of these models. You already have seen some use cases. You've seen how you can teach about them. You've seen where you can find information and learn about this already. And we'll have even more on Monday. So it's quite a lot of information. I would like to point to you quite a lot about this bit of coming again from the World Economic Forum, the shaping of the future of learning, because I strongly believe that these 4 promises of AI in education, if they really can do, will unlock a lot of solutions. And I think these are the areas where we should focus more on the use of AI. In supporting the teacher's role in augmentation and automation. As I said, I really want to get rid of a lot of administrative tasks. I will show you today examples on how to do a lot of tabulation, how to do some administrative work, which I don't know how much of that you need to do in Kazakhstan, but us in Romania or in European Union, I can say that probably half of my time is lost in administrative burden coming from teaching. Then obviously we need to refine completely the assessment and the decision making in education. And it's something which we need to focus a bit more, and we need to learn of proper solutions, and we need to relearn constantly about that to have better digital skills and AI skills. And this seminar is exactly going into that direction, and to try to create as much as possible personalized learning and content and experience. I strongly believe that the future of learning, especially for adults, for lifelong learning or for universities, is in micro learning, in micro credentials, if you want, in personalized as much as possible and adaptable small learning formats and units, and then you can create your full degree out of that. And that is where AI can play a huge role. Again, going back to the UNESCO recommendation, they have this human-centered and pedagogical appropriate interaction approach, which is in their guidance, where you will find different tables with a lot of information. Like, for example, how you can use cases, as I call them, use cases for a lot of them, about curriculum or course design. And then you have where it can happen, what is the outcome, like a potential transformation, because you might have an AI-generated curriculum with a different view. We tested this for us, and it gave us different views. We are building up a new master program now around a lot of these new ideas. Then having the Gen AI tools, which will be able there. Then what requirements we will need for the users, what can be the human pedagogical approach, and then the possible risk. And this is for quite a lot. For example, something which we all have and do, like chatbots and teaching assistants, and then how you are doing it. And this is we call it the AI twin of the teacher in the literature nowadays, where AI is used for, I don't know, even assessment or evaluation of students, or giving feedback, automatic feedback for students. Some of the tools which you can find everywhere, the AI partial universe is gathering a lot of them in different areas. You already seen some of them. CB, which is a large magazine from North America, is constantly providing the startup market ideas from with a lot of tools coming from different areas and so on. Obviously, you already seen some of the images and so on. Some go, some are bought, some are better. It's a constant battle on how to use it and where to use it. And you've seen from Gabriela something which we also use it. You need to focus all the time before trying something with students, if you have guidelines for that, if you have support for that, and where and how the data is using it. Here, for example, from Forbes, the AI 50 2023, we are waiting now. Next week on Monday, they are going to release the AI top tools for 2024, looking quite a lot to that. This is, for example, from Rich Capital, which has not been updated. I put it here because I also have a collection of the tools. So you've seen from Gabriela, and I just wanted to give it to you like line by line or something like that. Tools which I tested, and I'm using it in different perspectives. So just give me a second. Obviously, it's ChatGPT. I use a lot Copilot because it looks more on the online, which is coming with Bing Chat. Perplexity AI, I use it quite a lot to adapt the questions and the abilities, and this is learning you how to do better prompting also. Killboat, English, especially when I write in English, I've been learning and teaching in English for the last 25 years, more or less. And I think English is somehow sometimes even my primary language, especially in terms of teaching and delivering teaching, but it's still not my primary language. And especially when I write things, I always like to have a tool which will support my paraphrasing, because I tend to use the same words quite a lot. DeepL as translator, I use it also today quite a lot to understand your chat text. Grammarly, which is a tool which existed for a while now, and it has a powerful AI writing assistant. SciSpace, this is also for researchers quite popular, and like Tabili and Aliceed, both are more or less research tools, and I will show them a bit more in details on Monday. And OLift, which is quite good. Notion is a tool for management. I use it quite a lot. Sometimes, especially in projects, if you start using it in a team, it's more helpful than alone. Alone is not that helpful because you need to have all your team there to be really able to use it in a workspace. It's not free, it's freemium, so you need to be able to use it at the value to pay a tiny bit here, like with a lot of these tools. ClassPoint, it's quite good for getting quizzes from PowerPoint slides, like Gradescope. It's a grading tool for teachers. And I think Gabriela will show quite a lot of these assessment tools on Monday. You've seen already about these PowerPoint speaker coaches and so on. Course Hero, which is an online learning platform like Tutor AI, which is a huge platform, partially with AI, partially with humans, about tutoring, which is also available for gymnasium students, not only higher education. These are the tools which I use a lot for notes. I think I have also a Read AI. This is my favorite tool. I use it for meeting. I go in meetings a lot. I have every day at least 1 or 2 online meetings. Even if they are in Zoom or in any other tool, in Teams or in WebEx, Read AI and then Human AI or Firefly are the best ones for taking notes, making summaries, taking actions, getting me a transcript from the meetings. Is one of the tools which helps me a lot now and in my meetings, and has decreased a lot of the administrative burden. And I think it's quite good from that perspective. And Copy AI also about writing assistant. So in this part of the administrative thing, I really see a future for it. Then for coding, as I said, we use it. We use Claude with Course and Copilot. We use it with GitHub. We implement it in GitHub. We validate different versions in GitHub. I give sometimes quite a lot, especially in the context of IEEE lectures and information about how to do this with students and examples, and I have one here also. MonkeyLearn is a very good AI data analysis platform, which we use sometimes for, like you use AI for data analysis. Killbot, as I said, for administrative research, where you especially as research, DeepL for translation, Notion for planning and keeping everything in one place is like Visio or a project management assistant. Perplexity is called where the knowledge begins, is looking at scholar semantic and getting information from there and making it together in one question and so on. It's a good starting point, especially because you can feed the things from Wikipedia, for example, and it gives you answers from there. Magic Eraser is my tool to go for removing things and making things online. And here, for example, already Gabriela has shown, this is all of them are in Gabriela's presentation also. It's just that these are, in my perspective, the best AI repositories. You always need to look at AI repositories. There are a lot of people which are doing this already for the community. As I said, this collaboration and co-creation part of it. And for example, the Futurepedia, like an AI repository, I like because it has these marks, and the blue dots is also a thing which is already, they check it and verify it and so on. And it gives you quite a lot of information, and it tells you how many people have bookmarked it. So it's a combination of Wikipedia. We try now to implement a similar method and a similar way of doing it in our own university digital education tools, because we had it built up for about 4 or 5 years ago. Was very, very useful. It decreased a lot in the pandemic time, but we need to move it further. And this is a model of how we are looking now at evaluation of different resources. Going to Menti, let's see if we have some questions already and some answers here on this question. I'm afraid of plagiarism because of AI. If you can put again in chat the link for the Menti. Let me see if I can get it much quicker.
It has been just sent, Diana, the link.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for this. So this is the first question. I will move a tiny bit forward because I see, I just want to be sure that you can answer to it. Yes, you can. So, and I will come back to this. I'm curious about, have we, after seeing Gabriela's presentation, my presentation this morning, and this one, what do you think about AI? If you are afraid of plagiarism, if you think with AI companies are stealing your data, if you think your students are using AI a lot, probably even without acknowledgement that you are using it, that you are aware that images, text, videos, and online social media can be fake, and that you know how to validate if the information you get through AI is true or valid. And let's hopefully that out of 300 people online, we'll get more answers than those here at this moment. It's coming quite interesting. I need to say it's somewhere where I always get this result. So basically, quite a lot of people acknowledge that students are using AI a lot, usually even more than that score of 4. That people is very much aware that the images can be faked, and quite a lot of people are afraid of plagiarism and they don't know how to handle plagiarism because of the AI. So that's quite good. I will leave it for a second and then I will get back to the next one if it's possible. We still have one question, but I will go back to show you some use cases now. Also, look all the time at the platform. So the platform, each platform will have somewhere resources, blog, or information on how to be used, or examples already. All the good platforms will have that. If you don't have this, and if you don't have very clearly some examples, don't use that platform. It's my first idea, which I'm sharing with you, a personal opinion, if you want that. Some ideas how you can teach with or about AI. The first one is optimization. As I said, augmentation, automation of the task, especially in terms of administrative things and personalized instruction and mentorship. So here are some examples. How I create syllabuses and I get a lot of ideas. So I use different prompts, different techniques prompts, and on Monday I will show you, because I don't think we have time today, some prompting techniques. And for example, here is like what is the best content for course about virtual reality, and I get some ideas on how to structure them. A tiny bit different than I would use it, for example, and some of them are quite good. We don't go like now on splitting them so clearly. We mix them. But I also use this in terms of content which is available for the students. So if a student wants to look only at the hardware, to know where to find it. They look also for things for interaction, because now we teach completely differently. So this is an old style, in my opinion, syllabus, but it gives me some ideas that I still need to deliver in this way the content to my students, because I teach based on the problem. So you start with the problem, and then you find solutions for that using different methods and different ways. And it gives me ideas that I need to have hands-on projects and guest lectures and practical exercises and so on. And I quite like that idea about ethical consideration. We don't pay too much attention there. Then I asked for some comprehensive examples, and he gave me some ideas of some tools which I was not very familiar with them, especially, for example, in healthcare and so on. So some of them are very popular, some of them are not. What I like it a lot is tabulation. All the AI tools, because this is how the algorithms are based, especially the large language models one, are very, very good on creating lists or tables. If you want a list or a table, you feed some information and you ask and you will have it. Then you play from there and you use your creative thinking of understanding how to change it and how to do it. Then I say like 5 different apps for each type of VR example. All of them exist. Some of them I had no idea about them. Like, for example, in Mind VR, I don't use it, Moss, and so on. So it's a lot of tools which will give you some examples for personalized activities and exercises, because we need to give a lot of personalization in the exercise, especially today in the AI world. Each student needs to receive something special, for something for him, personalized, to do or to create as an example or to do as an activity or assessment. That's the first step on avoiding plagiarism. And when you have 300 students, it's quite difficult to figure out how to do it. And then AI can really help you there and give you some hints. It's quite good on good small quizzes and tests. We also teach our students on how to validate their knowledge using AI testing or AI tutoring. And there are some very good tools. There is a tool developed by the colleagues from Canada, which is for free, which is called exactly like that, AI Tutor, and where you give the examples, you give the material, you give the examples of the book, and then ask to create a quiz, and then you can answer to that quiz as a student, and then it will give you immediately feedback if your answers are bad or correct or not. So it's very important for them to become it as like very, very good, something which you know already on short information from a given text or article. So it's very good on doing this to summarize it in different methods and so on. Then, as I said, as a study partner, this is something which we teach also students to do it. We say that learn something, a link or a text or something which is already available. Don't put something which is not already available. And then you ask the chatbot. We implemented this in our university in the campus for some of the students, for some of the master students, where we are testing it, how it works now, where they will get questions where they need to also answer to them, and it will validate if the answers are correct. So in some courses, you will be able to have this chat buddy and this study partner, which will help students to learn especially large quantity of information and materials and so on. So this is another idea, integration of the AI in the educational curricula, where you can teach with and about AI, and you keep the students with essential skills, discernment, and knowledge for the future. This is how you develop critical thinking. An example in AI, code. So some ideas. You provide the code, and then you ask them to debug the code. You provide the code with errors, and they need to find the errors. You can ask to the AI tool, ChatGPT or whatever, to explain where an existing code exists. You ask to code them with 5 mistakes, the AI tool. You give that to the student and you ask the students to find the mistakes. So even if they use an AI to identify the mistakes, they already start learning quite a lot about that code and how to do it. And here are examples, like you will find a lot of examples on how to use code like that. So for example, Harvard University was one of the first ones which have created codes with artificial intelligence, and they have introduced the first course, which is still one of the best courses in artificial intelligence. For example, this is an example coming from the Science Friday Day, where you have the same thing with AI for STEM education. Was in Europe quite a big thing in May 2023, where quite a lot of schools and so on have developed different examples of teaching STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math for kids, and how to use different AI tools for that. So that's very good. Another example coming from my colleagues from Bentley University, where they created hackathons for the students in financials. So developing small AI tools for analyzing huge data in financials, in business, and so on. So in trading, in strategies, in market analysis, where they use ChatGPT and TradingView, which is a very powerful, already existing tool, which is used in financial. And this is a very good example which they've done it and they use it. I want to go back to the Menti now and have a look again at your answers, and then start the next question in Menti. So the answers are more or less the same. I have another question now for you in Menti. Yeah, so it's this one. You already answered to this. You planned and done a activity with your students. So hopefully more people will answer to this one. And you used AI for project-based learning. And you plan to continue this, or you have done AI activities for students. So if you can continue to answer to this one, I will really appreciate it. And I promise I will be going to come back to this and to discuss this. So showing you another example of the things which I've done with my students. We have a huge project which I'm leading in Timișoara. My city was European Capital of Culture. And we had a project where we used a lot of digital technology, website and mobile application to showcase the culture and heritage of the city. So for that, we needed and we used AI quite a lot. We improved the existing web pages and mobile application with a combination of tools where we improved the search. And this was done with an undergraduate student back 1 year ago. So we asked them to learn the information, and we created and implemented a chatbot and a better search engine, which will give you information. There are thousands of pages in the project now, in Romanian and in English, and you can ask questions in any part, and it's an AI tool which will answer to you to that one. So this is how it looks, and it gives you answers and gives you links to where to go and so on, and what to do. Another example which I use it is I use it with my students again to code with OpenAI and with ChatGPT and for content analyzing. And then I ask them to analyze that code and that result based on what they learned already. They know that language. And then they understand how they can fail there and how they can do it. And then they understand how to make the right choice and use it creatively. So if you give them guidance first how to use it, I give them prompting and then coding examples and some tools how to do it. And then they have like 1 or 2 weeks to work with that and come with a result. And then they need to present those results, and then we need to discuss it for them. And we need to, they need to see what is the pitfalls and so on. And then I ask them a very good question, and a very good test is to ask your student to give grades to the work which was done with the AI. So to grade the AI. And quite a lot of them, they don't know how to use it properly. So this is the first thing which I learned almost, you see, it's 1 year ago. And since then, I repeated this all the time, and I'm improving it. And I will give you another example soon, and also on Monday, is that the students don't know how to use it properly. And only if they comment with you in the class and with the other colleagues, and they see the mistakes which also the others are doing, they start learning and understanding. So this is how you develop their critical thinking. And then they will give very low marks to AI. At the end of the semester, I ask them to grade the AI work. And they usually, it's a very low mark. It's much lower than the mark they get usually for their coding. So it's already improving their understanding and analysis and thinking about how AI is working. Another possibility is personalization of learning. We keep discussing this, and here is quite a lot of places where you need to have new examples, personalized activities. As I said, already gave you some examples on that and so on. And then, for example, how we use it for open educational resources. We have a lot of open education resources also in the Spotlight Heritage, a lot of materials which are with Creative Commons, and we wanted to have voice for them. So we use voice text translation for the website and also for different tools. And then with different combinations of modeling and algorithms, the entire 1,000 pages of text is also said there, also in Romanian and also in English. So you can navigate in the city and hear the cultural description and so on. This takes about a month for my students to do it. 4 of my students, apologies. And if not, with very little money in a way, if not, if those 2,000 pages were needed to be read by and then recorded and put somewhere online, would have been a huge investment on time and also on financial resources to be done. So that's another example. Another example of personalized learning is done by Duolingo. I love it how they are doing it. I really love it because Duolingo is the language learning. They implemented AI tutors from a while now, and they are very, very good because they analyze the user responses in order to identify the common grammar mistakes and then give advice based on each grammar mistake the user is doing. So for each of the users, the response and the activities will be a tiny bit different. Obviously, you need a huge database for that. You need to have a very good model and so on. It's not easy, but it can be done. And it's a good example how to do easy abilities for that. You need to rethink the assessment, and we will speak a bit more about this on Monday. And now I just want to go back to the Menti and have a look at the results, and then I have a final activity with Menti, and I think we will jump over the activity on Miro, because I think Laura is a bit later than we have been anticipating. So I like that you continue to do activities with students. We hope that we gave you some ideas about how to do it properly, and that I really hope you are going to do activities in administration. I really think beside of the activities for students, you need to learn on how to rely on AI for a lot of burden, administrative burden. And our final question in the Menti will be this one is, how did you use it? Give us some examples and give us some ideas to talk with. And then while we are doing this, I will have questions and examples if there are questions already. I see there are several things in the chat, but I can't really understand them. So please help me.
No questions at this moment. Those were just comments regarding some logistics and organizational issues.
Okay. If any of you have a question or want to comment, because this is what we are looking here now, if you can help me, Laura, with the first text of what it says.
Presentations, lectures, tests, quizzes.
Okay, so if anybody can show and share, or even just by explanation, an example of how they use it until now will be very good. This is the open floor for doing it. Developing test items, yes, very good.
Creating tasks, schemes, tests.
Yeah, for text, it's very good. As I said, we use it quite a lot. I've seen already some examples of translation. As I said, I also use it quite a lot for translation, especially like, for example, now in the European University Alliance, we have different languages which I don't speak or don't understand. And obviously, we use English as our common language, but a lot of the materials sometimes are in different languages. And then you just give it and it will translate you very quickly and very easy to understand what's happening there. And the syllabus design, creating presentation. Yeah, that's a very good possibility. There are some tools which are creating very nice presentations. As I said, I hesitate usually to do that just because it's a lot of content and knowledge and a lot of, I can say not only hours, but days and years of work and experience in the presentations. And I really don't want to feed that to an AI tool. Even if the presentations at the end are public, I will share with you a link where you can find them. And quite a lot of my presentations, they are in Zenodo. Zenodo is, and also Gabriela is also publishing them open licenses, but it's different than you have humans which are looking at them. What is this here? Can you help me?
Yes, preparation of exam materials, exam topics.
Yeah, that's very good. As I said, personalization. If you have 100 students and you want each of them to get a different exam topic, then it's very good because it will give you quite good ideas on how to create new things and so on. And online quizzes is very good for reflection, for research, personalized learning, creating content, solving complex problems. Yeah, it helps to streamline some tasks and enhance understanding. Now you need to do it also with students. You need to help students understand this and how to do it correctly. Don't keep it for you. In any topic you're teaching, you will be able to find a small activity for 1 week or 2 weeks where your students can do something with AI in any topics and everywhere. So you will need to do that in the future. Then also students can have additional assistance and teachings and so on, translation and preparation for plans and evaluation. That's very good. Some new ideas?
This one says used AI in the data collection, in preparing presentations, in the visualization of the data, drafting tests, plans, and schedules.
Yes, that's very good. It's doing this quite well usually, especially as I said, it's very good at creating lists and plans and schedules. For example, I also create schedules for different activities. Notion is very good on creating this as a tool, from my experience at least. Probably there are a lot of others. I'm only speaking from the experience with the things which I tested and validated by myself. And videos. Yes, please.
There's a comment in the chat box about the Kazakh language in chat in GPT and DeepL, because it seems like it's a very complex language for providing the correct translation.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it is a Russian language obviously works very well, but not Kazakh language. And for example, Romanian is also a language which only the Romanians speak, so it's not a language so spread out, and it's not working that well for the Romanian language. So obviously, because these are based on large models, as large is the availability of the data in that language, that better is going to be the response, and it's quite clear. The learning process, I like it to have it create tasks for the individual student needs, improving the quality. I don't know if it's really improving the quality, but it's a different quality perspective, which we can have with AI quite clearly, because if you really implement it well, as here it says, that it can really help to ensure deeper learning and improve practical learning. So AI is quite good on seeing where a student does mistakes and then pick it up and then give examples there until it's learning. So this is what we call learning analytics, and we are using it for a while now, but only if you have correct data. So there is the problem sometimes, if the data on which the algorithm is based is very, very good and correct. So good. Automation and learning content, recommendation, data analysis, yes, right. Very, very good. So I will just go and share again the final idea, and then I think we'll stop here for today. Is that whatever you're doing, try to learn one from each other, try to communicate between you as much as possible, try to have regulations in your universities, guidelines, support, and models, working groups in units to understand it better, as you can really adopt it after that, understand use cases, then learn, obviously, and then teach and do research with AI or with the support of AI. And thank you very much for this. I will jump the mirror activity. If we have time, we'll try to do it tomorrow. On Monday, because it's quite, it's a bit of a difficult one. And
thank you very much.
It takes about half an hour at least to be able to do it properly. And I don't think people will have more patience now for half an hour.
Thank you very much, Diana. That was very comprehensive presentation. Can we take now some 10-15 minutes for the Q&A session?
Yes, obviously.
Уважаемые участники, переходим к сессии вопросов и ответов. Пожалуйста, задавайте свои вопросы в чате, либо поднимите руку, и мы вам включим микрофон. То есть можете устно озвучить свой вопрос, либо написать в чате. Напомню, что мы сегодня охватили, значит, следующие темы. Да? Дана Абдрашева у нас выступала по обзору текущего состояния искусственного интеллекта в высшем образовании Казахстана. Далее мы обсудили роль искусственного интеллекта в трансформации высшего образования, общий обзор, определение, вызовы, риски, институциональные политики, руководство, правила, связанные с применением искусственного интеллекта в высшем образовании, методы, инструменты для обучения, преподавания и технологии ИИ, искусственного интеллекта для образования. Пожалуйста, задаем вопросы нашим спикерам. Комментарии тоже можно. Запись будет у нас на канале в YouTube, где сейчас и транслируется сессия. Very helpful webinar, very qualified presenters. So thank you very much, Diana, Gabriela. I don't see any questions. So
thank
people
you very
might
much. Yes, we listen also to the translation, which is good. Thank you.
I think people need some time to internalize and digest today's information.
This is why it's very good to have it in 2 days, and then on Monday we will start with at least half an hour where we are going to have a bit of recap and redo it of the things, and if we have time, a bit of prompt engineering together with Gabriela, and then we'll show you research tools a tiny bit on how to use it, and also assessment, which is Gabriela's specialty.
Comment from one of our participants. Thank you for an interesting and informative presentation. It was helpful to learn more about the possibilities and applications of AI. The information was presented clearly and structured, making it easy to understand this complex but highly relevant topic. So nothing except for words of thanks. So I think we can finish today. Уважаемые участники, мы сегодня завершаем, да, первый день семинара. Я бы хотела еще раз поблагодарить всех, кто принял участие в первом дне. Это Гульжан Сагидуллаевна, которая открыла наш семинар, Дана Абдрашева, наша HERE-эксперт, и наших основных спикеров, конечно, Диана Антона и Габриэла Гроссек. И огромное спасибо, уважаемые участники, вам за участие, за активность. В понедельник, 30-го, мы начинаем в то же самое время, в 10 часов. Переходите по той же ссылке, которую вы использовали сегодня. В понедельник мы, значит, охватим следующие темы. Это искусственный интеллект в науке, публикации, да, с применением искусственного интеллекта, трансформация системы оценивания в свете искусственного интеллекта и успешные кейсы применения искусственного интеллекта в высшем образовании. That's it. I'm just giving the overview of the Monday's seminar that will be holding on the 30th of December. And we're meeting at the same time, 10 a.m. Kazakhstani time. And you can use the same link that you have used for joining today's seminar. So thank you very much. И всем пока, и увидимся в понедельник. До новых встреч. Thank you very much.
До свидания, до встречи. Спасибо
Лаура,
большое.
спасибо.
Thank you, до свидания.
Можно Дианы слайды выложить в папку?
Спасибо very much. Thank you.
До свидания.
Да, мы в Google Диск разместим все презентации. Там уже есть презентации Габриэлы и Даны. А Диану мы разместим чуть позже.
Все отлично, Архат.
Ксения, если ссылка не пришла, то можете использовать ту же ссылку, которая указана в объявлении, ссылка для регистрации. По ней проходите и сразу подключаетесь.
Можно попросить тоже YouTube ссылку? Лаура, спасибо.
Да, Инура, можно направить ссылку на наш YouTube канал? Сейчас направим сейчас. Спасибо.